Good morning, everyone. I'm going to call this meeting of Standing Committee on City Finance and Services to order and start by acknowledging that we're on the unceded traditional territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations. So, Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Robertson is not in the chamber. Councillor Louie. Councillor Stevenson is in the chamber. Councillor Deal. Councillor Jang. Councillor Reimer is in the chamber. Councillor Meggs is in the chair. Councillor Ball is not in the chamber. Councillor Carr. Councillor Affleck. And Councillor DeGenova not in the chamber. You have a quorum, Mr. Chair.
Thanks very much. First of all, we have a short presentation before we get down to the meat of the meeting. So we have Mr. Dan Huang here, President of the Planning Institute of BC, and he's to present the Planning Institute of BC Gold Award for Planning Excellence to city staff for the project Making Cycling Safer for People of All Ages and Abilities. Mr. Huang.
Good morning, Chair Meggs, members of council, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dan Huang. I'm a senior planner with Urban Systems in Victoria, and I'm the current president of the Planning Institute of British Columbia. PIBC is the provincial institute which represents over 1,500 professional community planners across British Columbia and the Yukon. For nearly 60 years, PIBC has been involved in supporting and regulating professional planners across the province and promoting our profession in all our communities, north, south, urban, and rural. Every year prior to our annual conference, PIBC invites submissions from our members for our awards for planning excellence as part of a jury review process. In May of this year in Kelowna, PIBC was pleased to present the coveted Gold Award for Research and New Directions in Planning to the City of Vancouver, along with Urban Systems, for its cycling safety study, Making Cycling Safer for People of All Ages and Abilities in Vancouver. I'd like to read a short excerpt from the submission. Vancouver is well known as a hub for active transportation and for cycling in particular. Ambitious plans and major investments over recent decades have helped to rebalance the scales and to entrench the value of cycling as an important transportation mode. Following on the heels of Transportation 2040, also an award-winning plan, Making Cycling Safer for People of All Ages and Abilities in Vancouver aims to meet the goal of zero traffic fatalities, particularly for vulnerable road users, including cyclists. Building on other traffic safety-related projects, this safety study provides a comprehensive and objective analysis of the safety of cycling in Vancouver and identifies a series of recommended actions to address any safety issues identified. The study relies on an unprecedented review of data on the subject from multiple sources, including hospitalization data. With this new data, the study was able to make critical recommendations that will help position cycling in Vancouver as a safe, comfortable, and attractive transportation choice for people of all ages and abilities. The PIBC Awards jury was very impressed with the in-depth analysis and practical recommendations stemming from this study and felt that the study could lead the way forward for other municipalities with similar struggles across BC and Canada. In recognition of World Town Planning Day last month, we reached out to all of our award winners to celebrate their achievements, and I'm happy to be invited here this morning. So on behalf of the Planning Institute of British Columbia, I'm very pleased to represent the Gold Award for Research and New Directions in Planning to Mr. Lon LeClaire, Director of Transportation. I would like to personally thank the City of Vancouver for leading this initiative and for supporting the planning profession in your municipality and providing planners, engineers, and community leaders across the province with such a great resource. From all of us at PIBC, congratulations on this Gold Award, and thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Before we get to the consent items, I'd just like to bring to Council's attention, we have a long agenda today with a number of important issues and an in-camera session. And item 5, which is simply a presentation, requires no decision by Council and is an update, is something that we could waive at this time and move forward with. It's not part of the consent agenda list that I have. Pardon me? Move to waive. Okay, so is everybody okay with that? We would thank the staff for that presentation, but we'll see it at some other occasion. And sorry, Mr. Johnson.
For anything that gets waived, we're happy to just post it, and that way it'll be up on the agenda page for the public to see.
Thanks very much. Okay, seeing no dissenting voices, we'll do that. So there are no presentations or speakers registered for agenda items 6, 7, 8, and 9. Does any member wish to hold those reports for debate or questions to staff? Councillor Affleck, you're on the queue, but is that a hangover from? Okay. Councillor Louis.
Item number 7.
Number 7. Thank you. Any other takers? Okay. So we need a motion to adopt the recommendations containing reports 6, 8, and 9. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none. That means we have adopted New Vancouver Art Gallery lease deadline extension, proposed lease renewals for 1500 Main, 1580 Vernon Drive, and proposed license renewal for 58 West Hastings for the continuation of urban farming. Item number 9, 2016 social grants for childcare, neighborhood, small capital, and food programs. Okay. Also, in consultation with Mr. Leclerc before the meeting, it's his recommendation, and I certainly agree with it, that we would hear the presentations on items 1 and 2 and then have a round of questions touching on both, because he will set the scene with 1, but there's more specific information in 2, and that will perhaps save some time and give people a backdrop in which to talk about the fair review. So, Mr. Leclerc, take it away.
So we have 4 requested report backs on the agenda today, and just in light of that, I actually wanted to provide just a quick update on a number of major transportation projects that are currently underway at the City of Vancouver. The items I wanted to touch on just quickly was the recently approved regional investment plan for transportation. The quick comment on the Broadway Millennium Line. Major projects, I just wanted to update you on the ones that are under construction right now and the ones that are in consultation. I wanted to mention an upcoming report we have on managing congestion, and then briefly touch on Northeast Falls Creek and the Arbutus Greenway. So first off, the regional mayors have come together and unanimously supported the first phase of an investment plan for the region, which will result in 10% more bus service, 15% more handy-dart service, 20% more rail service, a new C-bus, 5 West Coast Express cars, a new locomotive, and a significant increase in investment in municipal infrastructure for walking, cycling, and major roads. So this is going to keep us busy for the next little while. It lays out 3 years of investment, and just so you know that's going to really affect our work plans. And one of the elements of that is continued work on the Millennium Line extension under Broadway. The City of Vancouver staff have been working close with TransLink staff and Partnerships BC, which is the provincial representatives, to complete the business case, to complete the detailed design. We are planning, actually just this week, we met with our 2040 stakeholders to give them an update on this project. We are planning to reach out to the public in January on this, and recognizing that we haven't been out to talk to the community for quite a long time on the Millennium Line extension on Broadway, so this is something we're really looking forward to. We're also hoping that in 2017 we will secure full funding for the project. The major transportation projects that are currently under construction, Burrard Corridor, as you know, there's the bridge in Burrard north and south of the bridge that are underway right now. The bridge itself largely reaching completion on the west side. And that's going to be done around January, and that time we'll switch to traffic over to the other side. So traffic will move to the west side, and the construction will move to the east side. At that point, you'll be able to see what the final product looks like. The new railings and new sidewalk, the widening of the bridge in the north portion, and the reintroduction of the heritage light fixtures that are directly incorporated into the fencing will all be visible. South of the Burrard Bridge, major sewer project there, that's just wrapped up right now. We're hoping to have that street open before Christmas. And the north portion of Burrard up to Davie, the work on there is also related to the bridge, so it's shifting sides along with the bridge work. Point Grey Road, the transportation improvements have not begun yet. We're still in the utility replacement, and so sewer work and waterworks are replacing all of their utilities under that. Once they've completed, we'll be moving in with the actual transportation improvements. And then the other big project under construction right now, and it's just starting, is False Creek South Seawall. And this is the portion of seawall on the south side between Burrard Bridge and Cambie Bridge. Most of this portion of seawall is a shared facility between walking and cycling. And this work will seek to widen a number of sections and create a separation between cycling and walking. We're in consultation right now on a couple of other big projects. The 10th Avenue Bikeway Improvements Corridor includes a number of key interventions into problem areas near the Kingsgate Mall and over at Commercial Drive. But the one section that is, but we're putting the most effort into, is the section between Cambie and Oak, and this is the section that runs through the health precinct. This is, in our consultation, basically we've identified a lot of issues related to patient access to health facilities in this area. And so we're doing a lot of work right now to work with those agencies and to work with Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee to really improve the current situation. We heard clearly that the current situation is really not working well for them. And in fact, there's a workshop underway right at this moment. We have a series of workshops with the health care providers to come up with a design that we can all support. We also completed the first phase of the Commercial Drive Complete Streets, and we'll be moving into the second phase. In February, we're planning to report back to Council for approval of a strategy related to managing congestion. Congestion in our city has been a struggle for us for the last 5 years. A lot of competition for the road space, the big sewer projects, of course, there's utility replacements, but also the pace of development and the way that development is being staged off of our streets. The pace of filming and special events that are happening in our city, requiring us to really have a careful look at how we manage congestion. The report that you see at the top right was just completed last month. And this was a report that we sponsored. It's from the Public Sector Digest that we sponsored along with TransLink and the City of Surrey that did a survey of approximately 30 municipalities across Canada in terms of how municipalities are working to manage congestion. And the report that you see below there is the City of Toronto congestion management plan. What we'll be bringing to Council is a strategy that not only works towards improving safety, but the project coordination, smart signal systems, and really planning for the efficient movement of people. Just wanted to touch briefly on Northeast False Creek. We're moving into the detailed design phase of this project. Prior to now, we've been working on a conceptual street network that manages all the traffic in the area. One thing we're hearing very much about from the stakeholders is they also want these streets to be really terrific streets, like real great streets. And so this next level of detailed design is looking specifically at that. The new road network will result in some pretty significant improved connections to this particular part of the downtown, and it will positively benefit the surrounding neighborhoods. But in particular, the Strathcona neighborhood will see probably the biggest improvement with the reduced traffic volumes on Prior and reduced speeds. And what the new road network will do, these are just some images of the concepts and the design that we're working on those streets, is really make that particular part of the area work for walking, for transit, and for cycling in a way that it does not work today. So we'll see really dramatic improvements in the connectivity of that neighborhood to the rest of the city and the surrounding neighborhoods for those modes. Arbutus, we spent the fall consulting on a temporary path. The results of that is that we've got a temporary path design that's a little bit different as it passes through the various neighborhoods. That work is largely complete. It's under construction right now, but will be 100% complete by the end of January. Quite remarkable when you consider that we just purchased the land in March and we're able to remove the tracks and complete a temporary path. Also, as part of that consultation, specific locations for some additional added scope items that we're kind of comfortable with is some benches and some pollinator seating along the corridor for the spring. The exciting part of that project starts in the new year. So with January, we will be starting consultation on the real project, which is the greenway for the corridor. And it's going to take about 2 years to complete that work. Ultimately, we'll have a range of consultation methods. A couple of them are listed there. In this first phase, we're asking for people's values and vision, but also really asking them how they want to be engaged in the process going forward. So that's it for the updates, and I'm just, thank you, Chair. I'm just going to move straight into the first of the requested reports back from Council, and this is the Fair Policy Review. That's it. And with this one, this is a very short presentation. I'll cover it hopefully in 5 minutes. I just want to mention that also here in Council Chambers, we do have Andrew McCurran, who is available to answer questions if they're detailed and specific, and I'm not able to answer them. So first of all, I just wanted to mention that the TransLink's existing fare structure was put in place over 30 years ago, actually even before the introduction of the first SkyTrain line. So the current 3-zone fare system, which was largely, I guess, a simple way of trying to charge higher prices for longer distances and to charge higher prices for peak hours. The problem with that existing fare structure is that it's a real challenge for anyone who lives near a boundary of that. So one of the fare zone 1 is Vancouver and UBC, and Boundary Road is actually a fare zone boundary. And just to highlight kind of one of the most extreme conditions, people who live in Joyce Collingwood, for example, in the morning, if they worked in a job downtown, they would pay 1 zone. They would have, you know, a good long trip. They would travel 7 or 8 stations. If they worked in Metrotown in the off-peak direction, they'd go 1 stop, but they would be charged for 2 zone. And so it's actually incentivizing the wrong thing. And so zone boundaries are actually been one of the big key reasons for that. Just to kind of back up here, just wanted to kind of show the real goal is to implement policy changes that result in increased ridership from really delivering a better customer experience and improving the system efficiency. So this process is a 4-stage process. The first phase, again, being pretty open to what people's concerns and hopes and issues are. The second phase, which is what we're just starting right now, is developing a whole number of various options which can be assessed at a very high level and be analyzed. That will then lead to a smaller list of projects which will have much more detailed analysis, and then ultimately TransLink will be adopting a new fare policy in phase 4. In phase 1, City of Vancouver staff have been involved in a number of ways. We're part of the advisory committees, both technical and partner advisory committees. Just want to note as well that somewhat unrelated, but the timing is good. We actually hired a Greenest City Scholar to do a peer review of systems that have adopted smart card systems and how they were affecting the way that their fare zone policies were implemented. And so that's been really helpful for City of Vancouver staff and also for TransLink staff have appreciated that work. Just wanted to mention some of what we heard during phase 1. We heard that the public supports taking a fresh look at the fare system, largely due to the zone boundaries not working for many people. And if I have just a quick summary here on what people are supporting. People are agreeable to setting fares to be cost competitive with driving. That's an important point. that they support lower fares for shorter trips, that they support higher fares for peak periods, they support lower fares for people with less ability to pay, that they support lower fares for people who use transit frequently, and that they support lower fares for slower and less direct services. So that's just some of the early work that we heard in phase 1. And so as I mentioned in phase 2, we will be seeing a whole range of options, a large range of options of possible fare structures for the area, and we will continue our work on our partner advisory committee meetings. And then phase 3, when we've narrowed it down to, say, up to 5 different proposals, this is where they go into, we'll be going into in-depth analysis and overlaying other factors. When we say, what we mean by user characteristics, the user characteristics include things like age, income, or ability to pay. So you want to lay that over top of the analysis. And rules around transfers. Currently, if you buy a ticket, you have 90 minutes worth of unlimited transfers, and there's a question about whether or not that would be remain, or if there's a better way to do that. So with that, I'd just like to open it up to questions.
Thanks very much. You have questions for Councillor Deal.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Leclerc, and congratulations on the award. I got the snapshot, but your eyes were shut. Can we restage that? It's too late. It's been tweeted out. A few questions on the first report. The 10th Avenue Hospital health section that you referred to, we know that's a challenging one. So in the presentation, it was mentioned that the Persons with Disabilities Committee has been consulted with. I assume that the Seniors Committee has as well. And I just wanted to know what we're doing in terms of parking spaces and loading zones. That seems to be some of the largest area of concern.
Well, I guess what we found in consulting on this project, engaging these groups, is that they identified a whole bunch of issues that are existing problems with the access to that area. And what we're kind of decided to do is kind of pull back and start fresh with that team. So when I say we're in that workshop right now, this is why some of my staff who are actually working on that project are not here with me, because they're in that. But what's I think's been really revealing to us is that the access just isn't adequate right now. We're hearing that
for anybody.
clearly. And so the solutions are looking at ways to improve, and I want to be very specific about this, patient access to the healthcare facilities.
That's well put. I've lived, worked, and been around that area for most of my 30-plus years in Vancouver, and it doesn't feel safe for pedestrians. Certainly, as a patient to the eye clinic and the knee clinic, it doesn't feel safe as patients. So,
and this is
as
somewhat,
an employee, it didn't feel safe.
Yeah, and this is somewhat triggered by the fact that we're talking about metered parking spaces largely along 10th Avenue, but a lot of people are talking about the metered parking spaces. We're actually talking very much about patient access. And meter parking is really there for, I mean, there's a very vibrant commercial business district on Broadway. People circle the blocks and access that parking for all kinds of reasons in this area, but we're really zooming in on the key issue there.
So that's the key lens that we're looking through, so to speak. Okay, great. On the, you mentioned the multiple projects going on in the future work on traffic flow and management of congestion in the city. Certainly something that I and many others have noticed is that traveling around the city, city projects often get blamed for what are actually private development projects in terms of congestion. So I know that we have the road forward, the spaces on the website to alert people, but if people aren't actively seeking that information out, is there a way that we can sort of push out, be it tweets or something, so that using whatever tools that we have so that people are well aware that one certain corridor of the downtown area has 3 private developments on it, plus sewer work, for instance?
That's definitely something we could do more of. I would say that we're working extremely well right now in terms of internal coordination. So we plan out our work a year in advance, 2 years in advance. We also then plan it out monthly, and then we meet weekly on each project, and that's that kind of coordination amongst, it's only because of the difficulty of us tripping over ourselves, if you know what I mean. The sewer project under construction here, and we're hoping to approve a parade route over here. These kind of conflicts have become really acute, and so our own work, we've been working hard at that. I was meeting with TransLink this morning. We were kind of realizing that we need to meet more regularly with TransLink when we're planning these. And again, what's the frequency of that sharing of information? Because in this work, we're actually at a position where we can change what we're planning to do, if you know what I mean. That's the key thing.
Right, and then coordination with the private development that we've approved of here, so we know it's coming, and we're staging it, and we're ensuring the pedestrians and cyclists, as well as cars and buses, can get around it, and trucks. It feels like that's the piece that I don't always, that I'm not as aware of as a person who uses multimodal transportation through the city as I could be, which is that how do our our city works complement or overlap with private development? So that'll be something we're looking at. Okay.
Yes, use road ahead.
Yeah. I know. I usually don't notice until I'm there. It's like, uh-oh. And I don't think I'm alone with that. Third question is around the Arbutus. Very excited. I got some emails from somebody yesterday with photographs out their window of their stretch being asphalted, and they're very, very keen users, so that'll be cool. A couple of questions. Street crossings. How are we deciding which ones retain the double lights or stop signs and which ones do not?
So along that corridor, there's two answers to that. One is for the temporary condition right now. In the temporary condition, our interest is not to spend much money. We really wanted to get the corridor usable so people could experience it now. For that, wherever we have major intersections, we're just diverting them over to the signalized intersection. There is one new signal that we're put in, which is right at Burrard and 6th. Yep. So that was a block away. We're also considering temporary signals at Boundary and at Marine. And what we're hoping to do, again, we need to do just a little bit of work to see that the signal that we put in there is a good investment in the sense that it's reusable in the final configuration. Exactly. Before we invest. So that's our goal right now. At the minor intersections, there's a series of minor intersections which are 14th and 10th, and those locations, stop control has always been the operation, even for the railway. We would continue with that. The difference is to make it apparent to the motorist that they're needing to look for walking and cycling as opposed to trains. Yes. So the signage there will reflect that.
Okay, that's great. And then one final question around Arbutus. I really appreciated the fact that benches and pollinators are being used in the temporary while we go forward with the more thorough investigation of the future of the route, because I do think that we already know it's a great bird corridor, so using the pollinators is great. I was wondering if we'd thought about using public art as well as part of the consultation process. There's some great 2D and temporary public art opportunities that could be, in fact, leading people to the consultative process.
Yes, we had an internal workshop on the project just recently, and public art was actually raised as a big issue and something that we should involve early on, because they're basically, they don't want to just be given certain sites, and say do something here. But if we involve them early on, what we can do is we can weave that discussion of public art where it occurs into the actual design of the project.
And it can be part of the consultation.
Can very much.
You're way out of time, Councillor Ryan.
Very much.
Councillor Steele. Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, and congratulations also, Mr. Leclerc, on your award. My first question has to do with the Burrard Bridge, Point Grey Road, the current projects. In terms of the Point Grey Road Seaside Greenway, there was some concerns raised at the time that was brought forward to Council for decision from seniors and people with disabilities on access to their residents, and especially access also for pickup and drop off. So has that been handled, or is that being currently handled in the improvements being made there?
Yes, I mean the design that we've come up with that we'll be building will result in some pretty significant improvements for people with disabilities on that corridor and for seniors. In particular, what it does is that it provides an adequate width sidewalk for people to exit the vehicles. It provides for ramps in the correct locations where they need them, and ramps not on the sidewalk themselves, which has been a big issue for anyone using the street, is that right now the driveway ramps and the pedestrian ramps actually tilt them into the roadway. And of course, the actual traffic calming on the street itself will bring the vehicle volumes way down.
As long as they've got drop-off at spots and pick up
Oh, yes,
close,
absolutely.
close to entrances to building. Okay, that's good. Regarding the health precinct, and I mean, that is an issue. And just to remark and hope that it's noted that for so many of the seniors, people with health issues, people with disabilities, it's about very close access to one of the variety of clinics that they end up going to along 10th Avenue. So I know that's a complicated problem to solve, but it's not a matter of that we've got a garage that has a parkade that's got parking in it. It's if it's too far away.
Yeah, and to be really specific for that corridor, the buildings that have their proper drop-off pickup area like ER or a cancer agency, those are not problems. Actually, those ones are working extremely well. It's the facilities that don't have any dedicated drop-off area, and those specifically are the arthritis building and the eye care center. And at those locations, our work on the design is actually to increase and improve the condition of that drop-off area. So where we have, in each of the locations, I think we have 2 spaces, we're looking at more like 5 to 7 spaces, and that the sidewalk and the waiting or boarding and lighting area would be significantly improved over what's there today.
I'm glad to hear that. In terms of northeast Falls Creek, I did note that you talked about Strathcona having a much improved transportation, well, less traffic actually is what they want on Prior Street. So I know we're not holding, or there's not a report today. It's by virtue of an earlier decision today, moved to some other time. I'm not sure when, but the prioritization of Prior as a neighborhood street is still part of this plan, is it not?
Well, it's part of it in the sense that there's a direction from council to move the arterial traffic off of Prior Venables. Right. That really happens at the time we do the rail grade separation. So right now the at-grade crossing of Venables at the tracks near Raymer. When we go to build an overpass like we've done at Powell Street, right. The goal is to not build it at Venables. Yeah. And so we are looking at other locations for that. At that point, that's when all the arterial traffic would move off of Prior Venables.
Okay, that's good to know the timeline. Thank you. 2 other questions. In terms of the Arbutus corridor, some people have mentioned to me, and probably to other councillors, ideas that are not at all related to transportation, although public art can be. I would support that. But it is certain that we must retain that corridor for transportation use. Is that not the case?
Yes. So the city's policy, the zoning, and the purchase agreement all require that the use of this land is primarily for walking, cycling, and transit. Having said that, there are opportunities to do other things. Yes. In some areas, there's places where we can build plazas or spaces or places or nodes that we're hearing strong support from certain communities. And in those locations, of course, like public art and a whole bunch of things are and it doesn't also mean that the corridor itself is a transportation corridor. It doesn't mean that it's devoid of public art. Our goal is that it's a really delightful place. The landscape design itself and public art can be incorporated along the entire corridor.
And are First Nations involved, like the Musqueam?
Yes.
Good to hear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Councillor Ball.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. I do hope you get a few moments to actually celebrate. I know that's doubtful. I had just a few questions. I was glad that Councillor Deal mentioned, of course, the hospital precinct, and was very glad to hear the work that you're continuing to do. I have had requests for, I really need to comment on this. I just found out, or I just got back into town. How should people continue to be able to inform you of their issues? I know many of them will be the same as ones you've heard before, but I know some will be different.
Well, we of course, we're always accepting direct comments throughout the process. The work that we're doing right now is a series of workshops, and I think we have 4 or 5 scheduled with the healthcare providers themselves, and then also with the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee. We've hired some additional consultants from outside of our region who can kind of do peer review and do kind of an assessment of the plans or the proposals that we have put forward. And we really want to do that in collaboration with the healthcare providers so that we're all in agreement that the design we come up with is an improvement over what's out there today.
That's great to hear, and hopefully moving forward, buildings that go in there will actually have appropriate parking underground, and that we are able to work that out, you know, with other powers that be, and that will make your life a lot simpler and everyone else's. And all of us who need to access that corridor for healthcare could be very grateful for that. So thank you for the extra time you're taking. I think that will mean a great deal. The other question that's come to me is about children and youth, and what kind of planning are you doing when you're looking at the Northeast, and what actually do you do when you start planning? How do you consider children's needs? What can happen to kids? How do you deal with that?
Well, in terms of Northeast Falls Creek, I don't know that we have anyone here to respond to that, but I can ask that question of the group and pass that on to them. Our closest work with children and youth is related to schools and school access. So our active and safe routes to school is a way that we tap into their interests.
And I appreciate that, because that has come to me a number of times.
Transportation planning. Myself and our team lead for public engagement has had one direct correspondence at the Children's Youth Family Committee, and we all agreed that we need to come back and engage more often. So I think we need to do more of that in terms of our early times of transportation planning, including other opportunities like Northeast Falls Creek.
Appreciate that, because I know there's a lot of literature out there on the kind of street or the kind of signs that lead to children actually being able to see and obey and figure out how to go on a road or a street in a way that's safe. So hopefully that will become available to you, and it can make a big difference in kids' lives. So thank you. Thanks again.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. Councillor Genova.
Yes, thank you very much. I had some follow-up questions from Councillor Carr, specifically regarding Point Grey Road. I understand that there were some inquiries from some of the residents regarding a safety study. Was that safety study done in advance of the recommendation and vote from council to do the phase 2 of the Seaside Greenway?
Well, our safety work is always embedded in our work. We don't normally produce a report on individual projects. For that project, because of the requests, we did produce an actual specific safety report for that project, and that's been shared with the residents on the street.
Okay, and when safety reports are produced, would they be taken on by the city? Could you walk me through the process of what a safety report would look like?
Well, in terms of our own work, our safety review, as I say, is completely a part of our OQM process, which is our organizational quality management process. In terms of specific safety reports, occasionally when we're unsure of our design, when we're getting into territory that we're unfamiliar with, we will actually engage a peer review or outside assessment of our safety design. In the case of Point Grey Road, the design there is really a very, very simple design. It's a widened sidewalk and it's a normal street. And so this is an area that we actually feel very confident that no external safety assessment is required. So we just produced our own safety report at the request of the residents.
Okay, thank you. Another question that I had is regarding, you were talking specifically about West 10th Avenue in response to Councillor Carr's question. You talked about certain areas that would need parking because they didn't have a drop-off zone or a loading zone or a place where passengers could get out. I think about the really vulnerable patients that aren't able to make it in the building themselves. My great aunt, for instance, when she was 97, she had breast cancer. She recovered from breast cancer. She's not with us anymore, but I had to take her into her appointment, get her out of the car, and that took 10 minutes to just get her up the elevator to where she needed to sit and come back down. Recently, on Global News, there was a report about daycares, but also about patients being dropped off, that their cars have been ticketed in these drop-off zones. I'm just concerned that if the drop-off zones are, if we're asking people to use them more because there's not as much parking, could you elaborate on any type of process that would be used to make sure that, you know, people aren't penalized for dropping people off in those?
Jump in just to say, I did get the question from you yesterday at council, and I've actually already asked staff to prepare a memo, so that work is underway, and unless you want a quick answer, I'm happy to make sure we get you a more thorough answer.
A quick answer, just that's something that we specifically are working on. And again, looking at the locations today at arthritis and arthritis and eye care, the conditions for drop-off is actually quite limited. They have some underground parking, very limited, that's designated for passenger drop-off. On the street, metered parking is rarely available. In terms of providing a loading zone, the issues about someone escorting someone into the building is actually very much a part of the planning of that. Okay. And so, yes, I think that that's the key issue we have.
And will there be the capacity of space? I know that, for instance, school drop-offs, I mean, schools, when they're planned, they're thought through very well by your department as well. Just in looking at the overall, what the capacity is going to be, because there's drop-off and pick-up times, not just throughout the day. It's usually in the morning and in the afternoon. Are we also considering that because the capacity of the drop-off area might not be large enough to meet the need?
Absolutely. We very much looking at what's the requirement there, and it will be more than what's there today, for sure.
Okay, thank you very much. And just another question regarding the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee. You had mentioned that you're in consultation with them often on all projects, and I know that as Councillor Affleck and I are the liaisons to that committee. I'm just wondering, in moving forward, I know that there have been some situations where they've had input into projects, and that doesn't necessarily come back to them before it comes back to council. Is that what we try and achieve, is always to go back to them with the recommendations or an idea of that before it comes to council?
In this particular case, we're going to make very sure that we go back to them prior to bringing a report back to council. We've had special meetings with them already, and they've been really open to having those special meetings, so we really appreciate that. But it does require a bit more time.
Okay, and that would be the same with the senior.
Mayor Robertson?
That's right.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Well, first of all, a huge thanks to you, Mr. Leclerc, and the whole team working on transportation. It's an extraordinary array of major historical projects that you're managing right now. Massive upgrades for the city's transportation network, from the Broadway subway, Millennium Line extension, and huge transit improvements to all the bike and pedestrian work, which is fantastic. It's not surprising to see awards come, and I certainly, from my last trip with mayors from around the world, Vancouver is definitely on the spotlight on the transportation front and exceeding the 50% walk, bike, and transit goal ahead of schedule. It was noticed, and I had lots of questions from other mayors and their staff on what we've done, how we've done it, and what we're doing next. So it's making waves in a positive way, though there are always challenges with those changes on the ground. But I appreciate the great work done. I know it's been a huge increase in the workload and then the number of major projects going. That also plays out with citizens and challenges with traffic, given the construction boom that we've had as well, which definitely complicates matters on the ground. I wanted to well, check in on the Transportation 2040 objectives and this project to look at improving the flow of traffic with technology, with new tools, and project coordination. And you said in the presentation reporting back in 2017. Can you give a sense for timelines and then what kind of actions might flow from that in terms of when we could see possible improvements on the traffic side of things?
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll be reporting to council with a strategy seeking approval. But we are proceeding with a number of different initiatives, which are currently kind of part of our normal business. And examples of those are the great thing about TransLink is that the peak hour has been spreading, that's very high demand. That means that they're going to be extending peak hour bus service into areas that's outside of 6 p.m., for example. For us, the response for that is to really look at the bus lane itself, and it should be in place when the peak hour service for transit is in place. So the review of the bus lane hours of operations are something that we want to implement as soon as possible, because TransLink is actually hoping to get a lot of that service, which is not requiring new buses, but just bringing up the service levels in the off-peaks out there. And so we want to be part of that. What we're also planning to do is do regular monitoring. Now that TransLink has got a regular report out on the average speed of the bus routes, that's information for us, along with our own travel time surveys, to know when a corridor is experiencing problems, and then for us to look at what are the remedies to that problem. And it might be signal changes or investments in the signals, or it might be extended hours of bus lane operations or turn restrictions, or a whole suite of issues. But what we'll do as part of the report back this spring is we'll give you the list of projects that we're planning to work on in the immediate term and the frequency with which we will review congestion as an issue and relaunch, I guess.
Okay, so we can expect changes to make improvements as they come on stream. You'll implement those that are right. Obvious and
action well planning.
Posted. Yeah, that's good. That's good. I know it's obviously a big concern, and I shudder to think about what the traffic situation would be like if you hadn't taken action on many different projects to shift people out of cars into transit and biking and walking. At this point, we obviously have our challenges, but I'm glad there's been a robust workload in recent years to deal with all the growth and the pressure. The one piece, and I know it's tied to some of the other items coming up today, but I continue to hear concerns about cars rat running through neighborhoods, residential neighborhoods, and getting off the arterials, in some cases using the bike routes because they don't have stop signs. We have some neighborhoods where we've addressed that historically in the West End, for example, and several other neighborhoods. Is part of this, or where would that fit in terms of the work plan, looking at other neighborhoods that are, certainly I know Councillor Reimer's flagged it on the east side with that east-west flow. It may be a while before we get major improvements made to the Prior Street corridor there, Prior and Venables, but changes in terms of blocking off some of those routes that end up with cars ripping through the neighborhoods to avoid the arterials.
So in response to concerns around traffic on local streets, we receive requests for that all the time on an ongoing basis, and we have some programs that are in place that can address those speed hump programs, traffic circle programs, which are available to residents. And what we do is we do a review of the condition on the street itself and look at what the correct measure would be. With respect to bike routes and school areas, those are real focus areas for us, and that's where we're out more strategically looking at diversionary measures or more aggressive measures. In terms of the schools, the active and safe routes to schools is a kind of a focused work with the neighborhood, with the parents and teachers in the school. With respect to the bikeway, again, our work there is to look at diversions that are hopefully beneficial to the neighborhood, in addition to kind of improving the condition on the bikeway. To the extent that traffic congestion on our arterials is resulting in that kind of traffic on the local streets, again, I'm hoping that our new strategy on managing congestion can help us fix that before that becomes a problem, or if it's a problem, we can potentially lessen that.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Councillor Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The mayor beat me to that specific issue. Maybe I'll just focus more locally on a specific issue. The Adirondack bike route and the overpass over the freeway is a major concern in that area because it's the one pinch point, right? It drives everybody, and there's no alternative other than going on to Hastings Street or much further south. And so what are we doing in that? Because I was sent videos, I went out there and looked myself, and it's chaos, let me tell you. During rush hour, it is like it's an arterial, and it's supposed to be a bike route. And so maybe just talk about that.
Yes, in fact, Adirondack upgrades are part of our 2017 work plan. I can't respond to the specifics because unfortunately the manager who's working on that is at the workshop right now on 10th Avenue. But I know we're working on, again, strategic interventions along the entire corridor at the problem areas. And so problem areas are identified by two methods typically, which is vehicle volumes, but also collision rates. So those two things are guiding our work along the corridor.
Now, what I also heard you say was there are some programs available to the residents, but I'm trying to understand the distribution between what's available to the residents, which is by petition and asked for by them and paid for by the residents, and then what we are initiating as a city, because in some instances it's of some concern of cost, of course, and it's likely driven by some of the activities that we've undertaken that have increased the traffic around their neighborhoods, especially around schools and such.
Yes, so the difference there is if we do an investigation and we can identify a real problem where speed or volume is an issue, then the city will start to take action. For example, the speed hump program is actually a fully city-funded program. But what we do is we rank all the local streets based on need, and we construct so many a year based on that ranking and that assessment. Other programs can be nice to have, and they're helpful everywhere. And these examples are corner bulges or traffic circles sometimes. Again, traffic circles on bikeways, not necessarily where we would support them. But in locations where those kind of measures are good to have and we support, then there can be a local petition, and then they can pay a portion or all of it to have it done sooner.
Can you tell me just a little bit about the level of diversion that we anticipate as part of this plan in order, where there's a road and clearly we don't want through traffic and we put a barrier and you need to go and redirect them several blocks east or west or north or south, and it's so circuitous that theoretically it dissuades them from taking that shortcut through the neighborhood. How much more of that are we doing? It seems, because speed is one thing, certainly it's a concern, but just pure traffic is also another definite issue.
Well, at this point, as we move forward, we're still counting on a reduction in traffic volumes. With the opening of the Evergreen line, the whole corridor that area feeds, which is all connected actually to the viaducts in the prior Venables corridor, we're anticipating a 10% reduction in traffic volume or demand just as a result of that. We'll see how that works because it's only just been opened for a couple of weeks now. So all of our work, even though we're talking about minimizing congestion, we're expecting to do that with less vehicles. In terms of neighborhood-wide traffic calming initiatives. We don't have any planned right now. It's not to say that we're not open to those. The most recent examples where we've tried that, and the big challenge there is just getting neighborhood support. And that's something that is I don't know how to overcome that. In fact, a lot of people think that the engineers don't want to close streets, for example. We're totally happy to close lots of local streets. and it actually solves a lot of shortcutting problems, but typically we don't get broad support for that.
Sure. Yeah, maybe I just bring some of these questions and comments together because there's a lot of projects that are affecting the east side of the city, and in particular Strathcona and Grandview Woodlands. And when we're talking about, both the viaducts, Northeast False Creek, the False Creek planning section work that's being done, we're keenly aware, and also improvements to Adnac Bikeway Corridor. All of these things are connecting and touching on Strathcona and Grandview Woodlands. So that is a neighborhood. Those are neighborhoods and areas that are a focus and a concern for us. We believe that all of this high-level work will continue to reduce the high-level traffic volumes through that neighborhood, but I know those neighborhoods are very concerned about that issue, and so that's why, whether it's work on Adnac, whether it's work on the viaducts, whether it's work on the downgrading of Priors or the new overpass that would be coming over the railway, all of those we need to continue to work with both Strathcona and Grandview Woodlands to make sure there's positive changes for those neighborhoods in terms of traffic. We believe there will be. The viaducts plan and the change for the road network there is anticipated to reduce traffic about 10%. The opening of the Evergreen line is anticipated to provide positive change as well. We've been monitoring very closely since the Highway 1 expansion went. That was a real concern with the Port Mann Bridge and the Highway 1 expansion. What was that going to do to the east side of the city? And we're monitoring that quite closely. So we're never going to have streets that are traffic free, but I just wanted to stress very clearly that Strathcona and Grandview Woodlands are real focus areas for us because of all these projects that are happening around and next to them.
I would add,
Councillor
Member Collingwood.
You're out of time.
Yeah, yes. Well, and I can keep going because yes, I can keep going. We have all these neighborhoods, but I just know in particular Strathcona and Grandview Woodlands have felt projects directly next to them. We're looking at all the neighborhoods to the east side as well.
I just have a couple of questions on fares. This is a critical factor because obviously we want to maintain our gains in mode share and increase them. But it's very much a price point issue for travelers too. So my assumption is we're seeking to keep fares as low as possible to protect those other gains. Is that a fair comment?
Yes, the fare policy review isn't intended to make more money off of fares. It's actually really targeted to increase ridership. And the example of the off-peak direction, for example, a very simple change to the existing fare structure would be to say, keep the 3-fare zone, but only impose it in the peak direction. Because if we're discouraging anyone because of price to go in the off-peak direction when those trains have a lot of spare capacity, that would be damaging. So yes,
Well, to bring it down to cases and taking from Councillor Louis' line of questioning, I mean, we want people to switch out of their cars to the Evergreen line, as you say. You mentioned this price point thing. I've always struggled with that because I can do the math and conclude that transit is cheaper for me, but once I've decided to buy a car, I want to drive as much as possible to make the per trip cost low. So I feel like once I've paid the insurance, I've got the car for free practically. Are we able to sort of define what that price point is fairly clearly and understand how it works for people in the suburbs versus people in the city and that kind of thing?
Well, I think there is an overlap with the other work that we're engaging with TransLink right now is the mobility pricing strategy, which is really to look at what the user costs are for motorists out there relative to transit, and recognizing that a fare policy review and a road user fee is something that are probably having an interaction. And so I don't know that we have the answer yet to that, But
Well, I think at a social equity point too, I wrestle with this, Mr. Leclerc, which is that if we go to distance-based fares, which the zones are a crude version of, we're charging people more. They're trying to solve their affordability problem by commuting to cheaper housing, for example. But if we reduce their costs, that cost will be picked up potentially by riders here in the city of Vancouver, where we're counting on them to stay out of their cars. So is there are we going to be able to come back to, say, our advisory committees or to council and ventilate some of these issues so that people understand the trade-offs you're forced to make? Because I don't want to see this fair review happen without a lot of input from people on the ground about the social equity aspects, the affordability questions and so on.
Sorry, I'm just going to pass that question to Andrew.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Council, I'm Andrew McCurran, Acting Director of Strategic Planning and Policy at TransLink. And as Lon mentioned, social equity, especially around income equity and access to transportation, is going to be really a central piece of the analysis, especially as we get into phase 3 of the transit fare review, where we're going to be actually proposing packages that have a price scheme so we can actually make some of those trade-offs more real. Like this package has a price curve that looks like this. These trips will cost this much. These trips will cost this much. That's where we'll actually be able to do some analysis combined with a trip diary, where we actually have good data on income and travel patterns. So in the phase 1 summary report, actually, it was just released last week on our website. We've got some good data, some preliminary data showing the trip distances and travel patterns of people by income. And so we do know, actually, a really interesting finding from that work is that lower income households in the region make more short trips than higher income households. So, measures, I think, that price by distance would overall in aggregate be more beneficial to lower income transit users, as well as off-peak trips. We found that lower income households under 25,000 and under 50,000 make more of their transit and driving trips sort of equally spread out throughout the day, whereas higher income households are really focused in the peak period. And so again, some off-peak discounts give more choice to people to take lower cost trips at different times of day. So absolutely, when we get into that phase 3 work, we'll have an even more fine-grained analysis, but income and equity will be key pieces there.
Okay, thanks. That's all my questions, but it is a big concern, and I know this council is very concerned about affordability and day-to-day costs. We heard a lot about that over the last day, so those impacts are very critical to people, but some of the transit riders aren't as well organized as some of the other folks out there. So thanks very much for coming. We have and thank you, Mr. McCurran, for being here. The third presentation we've got is Moving Towards Zero Transportation Fatalities Action Plan. So Mr. Steve Brown, I think, is our guy. Or Mr. Leclerc, do you want to introduce? Whatever, you guys take care of it.
I was just going to introduce Steve Brown. He's the manager of traffic and data management.
Great. Thank you, Chair, Mayor, and Council. Before I get started here, there's a few others that I'd just like to introduce that are here to support this initiative too. I have 2 of my staff members, Toby Lewis, who's our senior traffic management engineer within my branch, and Liliana Quintero, who is our safety lead engineer on our coordination and analysis. As well, we have with us from the VPD, Dave Duncan, the staff sergeant for the traffic section, Dan Fox, the sergeant in charge of the collision investigation unit, and Paul Goodman, who is our ICBC rep on road safety and community coordination. So we work very closely with them all the time and meet monthly to see how we can move towards our goals of zero transportation-related fatalities. So this report back initially came from a council request back in spring to identify how, from our Transportation 2040 plan of our zero fatality target, how can we move quicker towards that goal? And so in May, we provided an initial update with a review of what some of the other cities are doing and also some items that we would be reporting back on. So now we're in December. This is a little bit more of a detailed strategy, and we see going forward that we're going to have annual updates on how our progress is moving. So these items were things that we identified the last time that we presented to council, and today we're going to go through them in a little bit more detail. So on the first one, enhanced data. Data is very important for us to be able to assess our movement towards our goals and figure out where our transportation investments should be to improve safety. So this chart here is based on VPD information on fatalities for the last 20 years. As we can see, it's kind of up and down a little bit each year, but generally we're moving towards our goals. This year in 2016, we've had a slightly higher number. We're at 15 compared to 14 last year, so that's unfortunate, but we think moving forward, we're still going to be moving towards our targets. We do see a little bit of up and down in those. So in terms of our data sources, we mentioned the VPD fatality information. So that's kind of our most robust data source. For each fatality that happens, Dan's collision investigation team goes out and looks at why that might have happened and what are contributing factors. If they identify something that could be an engineering related action, we meet on that and look at how we can prevent that fatality from ever happening again. In terms of other data, so that fatality data, fortunately, is very low numbers throughout our city. So that's good from that aspect, but it makes it really hard for us to use that purely for our planning purposes of where we should put our interventions. So that's why we rely on ICBC data. So that's something where we can get information on all the collisions that are happening within our city and a detailed summary of that. So that takes into the police reports that go into those, the claims investigations, and all that information takes some time to come together. So unfortunately, that's not available to us until about 6 months after the end of the year that occurred. So a new piece of data that we're looking at being able to incorporate, and we're in a pilot right now, is hospital injury data. And really that's thanks to the efforts of Dr. Jeff Brubaker from Vancouver Coastal Health, who has helped us to get access to that data. And that's something that could be a 30-minute presentation on itself. Every time we go through that, we find new things. So today I'm just going to give you a few highlights from this new data. And so, as I mentioned, we're still in the process of kind of looking through that and finding out what it tells us. And so Liliana was over there with Jeff yesterday, and we found that some of the totals of the data that we've got from St. Paul's and Mount St. Joseph's may be slightly off. So it's still helpful to have this chart here to show, from the hospitals that we had that data from, VGH, St. Paul's, Mount St. Joseph's, and BC Children's Hospital. We could see that VGH is by far the largest number of injuries and serious injuries that go to that area. And that's because it is, BC's #1 trauma unit for all of BC. And so those injuries within our region and within our city tend to go there. Out of all of these, we only have positional information for the VGH data. So that's unfortunate. We need that to be able to pinpoint where they happen within our street network to be able to come up with strategies. So at least it is the area that has the most amount of data to it. So for the first time ever, we've been able to pull together this chart from the injury data for hospital visits. And this is fatality and serious injury data over the last 5 years. So you can see the blue line on the top is people traveling by motor vehicle, the red is pedestrians, the green is cyclists, the purple is motorcycles, and skateboards are actually down almost off the chart because typically people who go to the hospital for skateboard injuries are more people in parks and doing tricks and that sort of thing. There's very few related to transportation travel that have been going to the hospital. So we've seen a slightly upward trend in that. However, when we look at overlaying that with our transportation panel survey data, which gives us the number of people traveling around by those modes, you could see that the cycling injuries are actually going down per 10,000 daily trips, and the vehicle and pedestrians are staying about stable. But our goal with this information is pinpoint those locations and see if we can see those overall injuries start to reduce as well. So benefits of this data, one thing, we've been able to get it on a quarterly basis, actually often monthly as well, which is good. So we could track our progress towards our goals a little bit better on that. We can get demographic information to know a little bit of the makeup of who is being injured. We can identify serious injuries, and we can get information on injuries that did not involve a motor vehicle. So that's a key piece for us because in the past, the ICBC data would only have motor vehicle related injuries. The challenge is we only get positional information from the VGH data, and the quality of the data, because it's reported at the emergency room, there's only about 60% of those injuries that we could actually place to a location on the roadway. So that's something that we hope the hospitals can work together to get better information so that we can actually work at strategies to make improvements on our streets. So in summary of the data aspects that we have now, if we look at VPD information, hospital information, and ICBC information, this gives you a context of the types of collisions and injuries that are happening within our city. So property damage only, there's about 45,000 of those that happen. That's based on ICBC data on an annual basis. For minor injuries, you can see the bottom blue bar there shows about 10,000 reported through ICBC and 3,000 reported through the hospitals. And we do expect that the hospital reported minor injuries will be lower because a lot of times if you get a minor injury, you might not go to the hospital. You might go to a clinic instead. So that is a lower sample size that we'd have there. For the serious injuries, we could see both ICBC and the hospital data are within about the same range. And there's a little bit of coincidence there because each of them has a subset that isn't reported in their data set. So ICBC would not have serious injuries if it doesn't involve a motor vehicle. And the hospital data could have people at the peripheral edges of the city going to another hospital. So what we're working towards is getting ambulance data, which will actually help to give us the location where people are picked up and know what percentage are going into other hospitals. So that will be very helpful when we can get that. And then overall, in terms of fatalities, we're generally in the range of 14 or so per year. So what do we do when we have all this data? Well, we generate models. We look at where the collisions are happening. We can highlight locations and areas that we could do a deeper dive. So Liliana has been working with Dr. Tarek Sayed out at UBC. He's been a strategic advisor for us as part of this project, and we've been creating collision models to help highlight these locations. So first thing that we would look at is where are the top intersections that we want to do deep dives. So this model takes into account traffic volumes on the street network and collisions that are happening along with VPD data and hospital data to identify the top locations where we will do a deep dive. So we've identified 10 locations for pedestrians, for cyclists, and for motor vehicles. We've also identified a number of corridors. So some of these corridors are along bike routes, but a lot of them are actually on arterial networks. So in each of these corridors, we'll do a dive for pedestrians, cyclists, and motor vehicles and what we could do to improve safety along those corridors. Another area is to do a look at some of our more vulnerable road users. So in the past presentations, we've mentioned that seniors are some of our most vulnerable road users. So if we look at these two charts that are up here, the green bars indicate the total percentage of the population within those age categories. The orange bars indicate the number of fatalities on the left, and the chart on the right shows the number of serious injuries in those age categories. So the key thing when you're looking at this, if you see an orange bar higher than a green bar, then that's an overrepresented category. And so if you look at the right side of that chart, you can see in the seniors area of over 65, very overrepresented in fatalities and age. So that's something, if we want to move towards our goals, we need to focus on those areas. So how do we do that? We take all the data that we have, we take mapping that was done from some of our planning colleagues of areas where there's high densities of seniors, like senior centers and that sort of thing, and we look at the collisions that are happening at those locations. So from that, we're able to highlight 15 locations where we're going to do a deeper dive to find out if there's things that we can do specifically for seniors to be able to reduce those collisions from happening. Another area is children. So we have data from BC Children's Hospital. That's the pie chart on the right there. So we had 3 years of data from them that shows there's about 500 injuries and serious injuries that happen showing up to that hospital. Unfortunately, we have no information on where they're occurring within our city. So this is another area where if we can get that ambulance data, it's a possibility that we can actually start pinpointing some of those and use this data to come up with strategies. Another area that we could look at is around schools. So we took a 125-meter buffer around all of the schools within the city and looked at the collisions that happened within those areas between school hours of 8 to 5. So fortunately what we found is it's actually quite a low percentage that happens in those areas. There's only about 2% of all city collisions happen around those school areas, but it's still merit for further investigation. So what we've done is again, develop a buffer around those areas and identify the schools where we want to do a deeper dive. And there's no surprise that the schools that come up are actually the ones that are generally on 2 arterial streets. So these are things that we've already been doing some work on as part of our Safe Routes to School program, but let's look at all the schools and see if there's strategies that can help to improve safety in those areas. The other area that is now made possible because of the hospital data is to look at non-motorized serious injuries. So there's some interesting statistics out of this. So for pedestrians, only about 3% of all injuries are with non-motorized. For cyclists, that's in the range of 40 to 50% of serious injuries that actually do not involve a motor vehicle. So that's a big area that we haven't even been able to look at in the past. So these dots here show pedestrian-cyclist interactions, cyclist-cyclist interactions, and cyclist falls. And so that one at the bottom, the 78 there, are locations where a cyclist did not interact with any other vehicle or person, but they're falling on our networks. And so 90% of those cyclists injuries that happen not involving a motor vehicle are actually from a cyclist fall. So we can pinpoint those locations and go and do a field visit and see if there's anything that we can identify to help to reduce those. So what are we doing with all these things now that we have these intersections, these corridors, and these deep dive locations for vulnerable road users? Well, key thing is to go out to these locations, do a field visit. In some areas, we'll deploy cameras to monitor over a longer period of time and see if there's things that we can emerge out of those. We've partnered with UBC in the past on some strategic locations to do automated video conflict analysis. So this is something that's quite powerful because it uses video to detect if pedestrians or cyclists or any modes are having to deflect and change their travel in those areas. So it's things that are hard to visualize by the naked eye, but the computer can actually assess these and see how many conflicts are happening. So we've done that at Burrard and Pacific in the past. We've done that at 800 Robson and most recently at Beatty and Smythe to see how our changes have actually improved things. And then identifying strategies on how to reduce injuries. The next piece is an engineering action plan. So to develop an engineering action plan, we have those high priority areas that we've identified. We need to do a little bit further work on that. But there are things that we can do in advance of that to help move us towards our goals. So we've done a lot of safety improvements in the past. We've done our pedestrian safety action plan and our cycling safety action plan. So validating our toolkit and knowing what works. Looking at our piloted items and seeing what's working there, and then develop a countermeasure-based strategy. So we'll talk a little bit about that right now. So out of our pedestrian safety implementation, we've implemented 68 of 69 actions out of that. The last one is actually under construction right now. It's a left turn arrow at Oak and 12th, and we'll be fully complete on those actions. If we look up here, on the slide right now, these are the collision reduction percentages that have happened at locations that we've implemented under that pedestrian safety study. So new pedestrian signals that have been implemented, we've seen a 96% reduction, and those are at those locations where we had high collision locations identified through that pedestrian safety study, and we've been able to assess them afterwards. Left turn arrows, very high percentage reductions too, LED lighting, so those are after dark collisions, countdown timers, and slower walking speed, so that's retiming our signals so that you have a 1 meter per second walking speed that allows people to get across the intersection. So this is something, when we started to see these numbers, we're like, wow, this is pretty impressive. We should check in again with our strategic advisor out at UBC, Dr. Tarek Sayed, that does this kind of work worldwide, and he said, yeah, you know, the methods that you use to undertake these are in line with industry practices, and this is what we actually see in a lot of other areas as well. For cycling, we've just adopted or completed our cycling safety study in 2015, so it's too early to be able to assess implementation of that. But prior to that, there were a number of measures that we've implemented. One area was we actually removed 2 traffic circles where there were high collisions for cyclists. And since then, we've actually seen 100% reduction at those 2 locations for cyclist collisions. And so that's something also with our injury data, we're able to look at some locations where cyclists may be getting injured around traffic circles. So this is something new for us because in the past we used to put traffic circles along our bike routes, but there are some conditions where we may not want to do that. The median extension, that's at Burrard and Pacific, where we extended the median to prevent right turn collisions there, and we saw a 42% reduction in those types of collisions. Lighting as well, and then green paint. And unfortunately at this point we don't have enough data to really be able to assess the effectiveness of the green paint. What's required for that is if you look at a location and you can drill down into the types of collisions that are happening there, you have to know that it's a certain type of collision that's occurring and then know that that type of collision afterwards has been avoided. And so at this point we don't have enough data to be able to really assess that, but it's something that we will provide to you in a future update. For our new piloted items, there's 3 areas that I'd like to report back on that. So rectangular rapid flashing beacons, we have 3 locations where we've piloted that. Accessible pedestrian signals, and our leading pedestrian intervals. So I'll go into a little bit more detail on these locations. The first area, the rapid flashing beacon, that's something that we've had actually some very good success on. If you look at the chart at the bottom of this presentation here, so those are the 3 locations where we've implemented those as a pilot. Elliott and Waverly, West Boulevard and 42nd, and Victoria and Grant. And if you look at the blue bar, that's basically the driver yielding compliance before we installed those measures. So you could see at most of them 47%, West Boulevard and 42nd was a little bit higher, but Victoria and Grant 47% as well. So that's meaning if someone's waiting to cross, drivers are not stopping for them more than 50% of the time generally. The red bars are the compliance afterwards installing the measure. So you could see at those 2 locations we went up to 97 and 92%, and at West Boulevard and 42nd the compliance was still generally pretty high. At West Boulevard and 42nd, we found that drivers were actually stopping a little bit further away from the crosswalk to give the pedestrians more space. So very successful. These things are also a lot cheaper than a signal. So these are locations where a signal may not be warranted yet. It's a single lane in each direction cross section, and we can implement it quite cheaply. So with solar panels, they're in the range of 30,000. A pedestrian signal is in the range of 300,000, so 10 times cheaper than a pedestrian signal. So we're excited about that aspect. The challenge that we have is that with the button, they seem a lot like a pedestrian signal. So for a visually impaired, we have to be able to find a way how they can differentiate that this is not a signal that people are going to stop at a red light, and it still requires the drivers to yield and the pedestrians to walk forward. So we're working on strategies of how we might be able to address that. For accessible pedestrian signals, this has been a rather long journey for us. The challenge that we've faced on this is being able to find a device that works reliably in the field. So we worked with the Peoples with Disability Committee, CNIB and ASIC to come up with what our requirements would be for these. And we put that out to the vendors. So they've supplied products back, and we have, unique to a lot of municipalities, we have a traffic signal shop that does extensive testing on anything that we put out in the field. And so they have done that, and in the initial pilot periods of some of these devices, they were failing. They weren't responding as anticipated, volumes were going up, that sort of thing. So we don't want to deploy these more rapidly if they're not going to be able to be relied upon. So luckily now we found, based on feedback that they provided to the suppliers, we have a new install at Hornby and Helmkin, which we're quite confident is going to meet our requirements. And so likely in our 2017 signal program, we'll be able to deploy APS as a standard implementation of all our new signals. For leading pedestrian intervals, so that means that the pedestrian is given the walk in advance of the vehicles at that location. So we've had one installation of that at Burrard and Davie. It was successful in reducing the severity of conflicts, but at that location, we didn't have a reduction in the numbers. So that is a little puzzling for us because elsewhere in the region, they've been finding that both severity and numbers have been decreasing. So we would like to actually move forward with further pilots in these areas. And there's 6 locations where we think that this could work well. So when I talk about a countermeasure-based strategy, that's looking at all the collision types that happen on our roadways. the measures that we think are quite effective, and let's put these measures in place to effectively reduce those collisions that are happening. So that's what we have here. You know, we have the leading pedestrian intervals that we talked about, turning movement changes at intersections, new pedestrian signals, LED lighting, countdown timers, and walking speeds. So at this point, what we need to do now is package this all up and look at how we deliver it over the next couple of years. When you think of like the pedestrian safety implementation, these sorts of things will often take about 3 to 4 years to implement because it requires infrastructure design and construction and to be put into place. So we'll be working on doing those designs and moving that forward, and by our next report back, we'll be able to give some timing on where we think that will be complete. The assessment, doing the collision modeling, again, now that we have these collision models, we can do an assessment of if we implement those countermeasures, what kind of reduction can we get? And we estimate that's in the range of 15 to 20% reduction in fatal and injury type collisions. For the other deep dive locations, we need to come up with the strategies first, and we'll do that similar assessment to see how we can get improvements there. So as part of our safety strategy, there's always those other components that we rely even more heavily on our partners. So enforcement and education are areas where our VPD partners and ICBC are helpful in those realms. So as we go through this data, we meet monthly with VPD. If there's areas that we find where enforcement will be helpful, we identify those locations for them, and they're often able to incorporate those into their enforcement programs. We've also supported the VPD commercial vehicle team, where they've been doing roadside investigations to enforce on some of the measures for commercial vehicles on movement and compliance. And then also, as part of their strategic plan, they've identified the need for a targeted enforcement team that targets unsafe and reckless pedestrian and cycling behaviors. So that last one can sometimes be a bit contentious, because there's you know, they thought of, well, if we're trying to encourage people to walk and cycle, you know, maybe you shouldn't be enforcing those areas. However, when we look at, if we want to get to zero traffic-related fatalities, targeting reckless behaviors in any mode is important, and so that's what this will be doing. Still, you know, the number of officers that are ticketing motor vehicle violations, and that is a lot bigger. This team is a team of like 2 people, so in scale, there's still a lot more focus on those other areas. And the education and outreach. So we'll be creating a Moving Towards Zero Transportation Fatality website on our Transportation 2040 page. We'll be doing our annual report to measure our progress, and continue to work with VPD and ICBC on safety campaigns. And we established a traffic safety working group with experts from UBC and provincial agencies and Vancouver Coastal Health. So we've continued to work with that group. That's how that data initiative came out, because we were able to connect with Dr. Brubaker through that. So next steps, we're going to undertake those detailed assessments that we mentioned. We want to establish a traffic safety advisory group. So through the development of our Transportation 2040 plan, we did that with, you know, we have 50 stakeholders that come in and we present regularly on items. This would be something where pulling people out of, you know, the various advisory groups and other areas. So as we're doing this countermeasure approach, we can meet with them and talk about strategies that are working or not. That allows us to meet a little bit more frequently than we could going to an advisory committee and have a broader representation through those. We'll be implementing the countermeasures that we identified, and update our progress in spring of 2017.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. We've got a lot of questions. Just reminding council that if we could finish the transportation items by noon, that would be convenient timing. So if you could focus your questions, that would be great. We have one more presentation from transportation to do. It'd be good to finish it before lunch if we could. Councilor DeGenova.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. But I've been waiting a long time to ask these questions, so I might take my 5 minutes. My first question is regarding something the media reached out to me with. Apparently, they had contacted our staff regarding, I suppose they wanted some metrics or some information regarding conflicts with skateboarders and bicycles, since council passed a recommendation to allow skateboarders in bike lanes. Do you have any data on that? Have there been any conflicts? And if there were, how would those conflicts be reported?
Right. Sure. At this point, we don't have any data on that. Our data sources would be, for that would likely be through ICBC if it was with a motor vehicle, but otherwise in those areas we wouldn't really have any data. What we rely on is reports from the public, because we get a lot of phone calls from the public if those occur, from our partners such as the VPD if they see them occurring when they're out enforcing things in the field. But yeah, I saw that request come through, and at this point we just don't have any data on that.
Okay, and will we be looking at how we can collect data on that as we move forward?
Yeah, so we talked about that when we went into the implementation, and the ways that we think that we could collect data is when we're doing traffic counts out there, we can collect skateboarding information from that. The challenge that we have is that the numbers that are out there are actually still not very high, and so to be able to witness a conflict, it's tough to figure out where that would be within our networks and what times that they're occurring. And so the public feedback piece is the way that we thought is probably the most reliable one, because we do hear from the public a lot when those happen.
I guess it's difficult because skateboarders aren't licensed and cyclists aren't licensed. So with ICBC, when a car's licensed, if there's an issue, usually that statistic would be readily available because at least one of the participants in the collision would be, or the incident would be licensed, so it would be reported. Would that be correct? That's why we have more data because of licensing?
It's not as much about the license, but more about the insurance. So okay. Because they're insured and there's an insurance claim and that information is collected, then that's where it comes from. So if a motor vehicle is involved with a pedestrian, a cyclist, a skateboarder, anyone will get information on that because it goes back to the insurance agency.
Thank you. Another quick question that
yeah, Lon just mentioned, if we might be able to get that through hospital data, but again, they would have need to go to VGH, and then the location would have to be specified as well.
Thank you. I just have another question. I want to get through the other questions, so if there's more answers, if you could email them to me, just short, as quickly as I can. There was an incident just the other day, actually, I witnessed it. I got out of my car because I was concerned. So a woman crossing a stop sign with a stroller, and a cyclist came down the street and didn't stop at the stop sign for her and almost hit her. Then a car at the other side of the stop sign honked at this cyclist. So the cyclist went up and banged on his window and actually almost took his mirror off. Then the cyclist took off. So would that be something that I guess we would have statistics on those kind of conflicts through VPD, but only if it was reported? And how many conflicts like that does VPD see reported?
I'll let VPD comment on whether that's something that gets reported to them.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Staff Sergeant Dave Duncan, Vancouver Police Traffic Section. Yeah, that is something that we would gather. However, being able to pull that up, we would have to do a manual search based on the conflict words kind of sort of things you said, because it could be categorized as an assault, it could be a road rage incident. So we would have to search for those sort of things, and we'd have to rely on the public to tell us.
Okay, thank you very much.
And I don't have a number for you right now. They do come in anecdotally. I can say that we get a few a month, but I wouldn't be able to tell you a consistent number.
Thank you. And I have one more question for you while you're up here, and I very much appreciate the memo that was arranged by our city manager regarding the questions I had at a previous council meeting that addressed ticketing. I understand in the media it was reported that there was certainly going to be a robust, I think the way the media had stated it was a robust overview of how tickets were issued. These were the words I heard in the media months ago, and that there was a segment, I believe it was on Global News, about ticketing cyclists. I understand that that's more so for helmet offenses and not having helmets, but what would the numbers be as to ticketing cyclists who are running lights or running stop signs and putting themselves or others at risk, especially pedestrians?
So are you asking for what the actual numbers have been?
Well, I'm just asking if that is indeed the case, that VPD has taken more of an active role in doing so. I'd heard that a few months ago. I know you've always had a good history of doing that, but...
So our officers would take action on anything they would see on view. However, just this past July, we did create what we are calling our targeted enforcement team, and that's a pair of motorcycle or cyclist officers that are out there looking at those specific offenses. However, we're doing more of an education front on that, so the number of tickets they issue isn't to just penalize people. We've actually come up with a warning ticket system that they're going to implement. So it's really more on education right now because, I mean, we all see it. So many people don't ride with helmets. We would spend our entire day stopping everybody. So it's more on the education front. And if there's been a collision or something, though, we can look at that a little more closely.
Thank you. Councillor Deal?
Yes, thanks. Let's, I would,
Well, just one quick comment I'd make. What we're talking about is behavior, and behavior are actions of people. And so what we find often that the people that might be riding a bike and exhibiting that behavior, when they're driving a car, they often are exhibiting that same behavior, and when they're walking, they're also exhibiting that same behavior. So the individuals may be jaywalking or blowing through a stop sign on their bike or by blowing through a stop sign in their car. It's more about the individuals, and that's why we are focusing on how we can change that behavior.
and by far the most damage is done by those in large vehicles. Get back to actual safety, which is what we're talking about here as opposed to punishments. I had a couple of big questions here. First of all, thank you very much. I would love to see this all on one spreadsheet. It would be like more than 3D, it would be at least 4D.
We have that if you want to see.
You have it. There's a lot of data coming from a lot of sources here that's going to lead to changes in what we do under our powers. How do we standardize that data? Can we work with the ambulance service, with the hospitals, with the police to try to get some standardized reporting out, ICBC?
Yeah, that's definitely the goal on the hospital data. ICBC has quite standardized reporting that they do. They incorporate the police reports and then their adjuster information and all that. The hospital information is the one where we think we can make the biggest strides on, and fortunately we're meeting with some of the individuals that may be able to have the greatest influence on that. We've talked about going and presenting our hospital data information to some of the hospital executives just to say, hey, this is what we're getting out of this and this is what we can do, so they can see the value of that. And so definitely that's on our path of how we want to move forward, and
that's great.
Getting as much standardization as possible would be great.
You'll know the better the data, the better the outcomes. And I think the automated video monitoring is a great idea, places where we know there are conflicts. The next question I have is kind of a complicated one. We can leave it at a high-level answer for now, but it's something I know you're already looking at, which is responsibility for safety. So, for instance, targeting those who tend not to follow the rules no matter what mode they use. But we also know that cars not paying attention when they turn corners is one of the highest causes of problems. So there's this whole program of, do pedestrians need to wear bright clothing? And while we can all see the logic of that, it's not their fault that a car doesn't notice them as they take a turn in an intersection. So is that where the lighting comes in and the advancement for pedestrians and so forth, where we're not blaming the victim?
Yeah, definitely. And these aren't intended to be blaming. It's intended to say, hey, what are all measures that we can do to address this? And so ICBC does a lot of campaigns for drivers for distracted driving, and that EPD enforces distracted driving in those as well. And then, yeah, we've found that LED lighting is something that can be helpful. But at the end of the day, if you can make yourself visible, you know, a lot of times it's not even the driver at fault that doesn't want to see that person. But if someone's walking along in dark clothing and rain, it's a challenge.
It can be hard to see people in any mode. I noticed that myself. A couple of other questions around some of the more detailed things. The 1 meter per second on crosswalks. I mean, I know myself waiting for a knee replacement. I'm normally a fairly rapid walker, but I've been slower the last couple of years, and I barely can make it across a lot of streets. And I'm going at what I consider to be a reasonable clip and as fast as I can move comfortably, and I'm not by any means the slowest one in the intersection. So are we looking at that standard with an aging population?
Yeah, so TAC developed the standard, and we were involved on that committee, and so they recommend a range between 0.8 to 1.2. And so typically right now we're doing it on request basis, and if it's something that's near you know, a senior's home or something like that where there is a lot more slower walkers, we'll evaluate whether we can do a 0.8 meters per second. The challenge that we have in facing that is that sometimes it involves changing the cycle length because you have a minimum pedestrian requirement for each direction, and if you have to go above that, now you have to change the cycle length, which could mean retiming the signals for corridors and blocks in every direction.
It's a multivariate.
That's something that as part of the congestion management strategy, we'll be looking at cycle lengths, and that may allow us to increase some of these in other areas as well.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a really interesting multivariate one. I'm not sure where my time is. I've got one more question. I could ask a million, but I'll go with one more. Okay, the green paint. We know that there are issues with the green paint, and it breaks up. Sometimes it's slippery when it's wet. Doesn't feel like a safe place necessarily for cyclists. Are we addressing the different styles of highlighting bike lanes, including that the light paint and so forth?
Yeah, we've actually done green paint trials. If you've gone through 10th and Clark, there's 4 different types of green paint at that location, and we found one that actually holds up a lot better in those locations and is anti-slip and that sort of thing. So yeah, take a look at that and you can see which one you like the best.
Will do. Thank you. Thanks.
Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks so much for the report. Love the fact that you're really founding things in data and that you're always moving out for more data. So it was curious to me. We know that fatalities and injuries are up, and then you said that the number per 10,000 trips is down. So that must mean we have more trips in the city, right?
Sure, yeah.
And how much more are there, or how many more trips? I mean, what's the increase that we're looking at?
Yeah, so our transportation panel survey actually gives us the best information on that, right? And so now that we've been doing that for 3 years, coming up the 4th year now, we see that our population increases by about 8,000 people per year within the city, and each of them take generally about 3 trips per day at least. And so when you look at it, there's about 24,000 new trips a year that happen.
That explains increased congestion. No, you've actually nailed quite a few things about congestion that, and that's a previous report. But I think that there are, I think, from my observation, being on the streets in a variety of different ways, pedestrian and car and transit, people's tempers seem to be so much more frayed. And at intersections, what I've observed is so many people are running red lights at the end, and it's everybody. So the light turns. No longer do you try and complete it before the orange. People are turning, left or right after pedestrians are making the last mad dash across the street. So my question is really for VPD around this and the targeting of priority locations for enforcement. Unlike Councillor Deal, I think that enforcement may be an important part of this. So can you please explain where those locations are and what the plan is around enforcement?
So I can't tell you off the top of my head exactly which locations. I mean, we all know, for example, Knight and Kingsway is a high crash location. Main and Hastings is probably one of our highest ones because of the number of pedestrians down there. So I could get you that afterwards offline. But that is how it works. We hear about complaints, we get the crash data from ICBC and from our own records, and we put that information out to our enforcement officers. We also have, currently now, we've got targeted projects with our patrol team. So we're trying to increase the number of tickets they write. We give them that crash data. They go to those prime locations within their district and they do projects focusing on those intersections. So it's kind of a little bit of a whack-a-mole. We look at where the problem is, we put the resources there, we hopefully get the right results, change the driving behavior and improve the safety.
Yeah, that's good. I'm keen on seeing that happen because I live in the West End. There's so many pedestrians. 50% of people walk to work. So obviously increasing the safety and somehow getting at how to do that is the challenge. Anyway, thank you for that information.
Just one other thing that I'd like to add to that is ICBC actually has a red light camera program as well, which we have a number of locations throughout the city. They're not currently expanding that program, but if through our detailed review of some of these intersections, if we find that red light running could be contributing to that, we could raise that with ICBC and see if it's locations.
Yeah, it's only anecdotal on my part, and I don't think it's one or the other. I see it happening by pedestrians and by cars. Less so by cyclists, I must say. But those two groups, I really do see the conflicts increasing and more people taking risky behavior, both pedestrians and cars. Are there some measures that we've determined that actually get at both decreasing injury and fatalities and at the same time decreasing congestion problems. What I'm thinking about is this. There's some corners that I notice because of the great volume of pedestrians that are often walking at the last minute. Smythe and Burrard is a good example of one. There's the theater there, you know, rush hour in particular. I noticed that people are getting into the turn lane to turn south on Burrard from Smythe, and that backs up, and then people are coming from 2 lanes and trying to merge into that lane, so they're backing up through intersections frequently, and pedestrians are running at the very last minute, so not very many cars get to turn. And so I'm just wondering if there is some signaling around, and maybe it's the advance pedestrian, I'm not sure. And by the way, the reason that's not working at Burrard and Davie, people don't get it. I've stood there where people don't understand that they're supposed to go because, no, really, I've been in that position because they're not used to it.
Okay,
I don't
so
know
you
if
have to
need
wind up
have
the
some
question,
people out there
Councillor Carr.
training. Anyway, sorry. My question is really, are there these measures that might be able to handle both the congestion and the injury?
Yeah, and I think you kind of almost answered your own question there. When you start separating the phases with the right turn or the left turn,
right,
those are definitely things that we see both coming out of our congestion management strategy and out of safety.
Like those. Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Louis.
First of all, thank you for the report, very comprehensive, and I like the focus on the age focus on the both younger and older, and by virtue of age, I think some physical ability is factored into the equation. But the report really does, I think, focus mainly, not solely, but mainly on our physical installations that we might be able to change in order to deal with what we find, and some of it's reactionary because we're extrapolating from the data where we need to make some changes, some physical changes, which is generally what we do, and recognizing that you talked about enforcement and education and warnings and such through VBD. But I'm interested in even before that, because most of that is in reaction to some behaviors that we see demonstrated. I wonder how much effort is being put into driver training on the front end. And I say that because it appears that there's a change in attitude and driver behavior in Vancouver in comparison to just a few years ago. And there's a higher level of seeming entitlement, and there's a hierarchy between cars and cyclists and pedestrians, and the car thinks it's their turn. Right? I had one interaction. I'm walking with my dog, and apparently I had the stop sign, and the car, I'm walking, and the car had no stop signs. So the car was honking at me, telling me that I was, as a pedestrian, had the stop sign. And so, I think there needs to be a bit of education with people. Just this past weekend, there was a training exercise with the VPD's traffic control group, large groups of them. They turned the intersection into a 4-way flashing red, and it was chaos. And they're standing right there. All these traffic enforcement officers in training are watching this, and cars are doubling up and driving through these flashing red lights.
Good to bring it to a question.
So what is it that we are doing in terms of on the front end training with ICBC?
Great. Unfortunately, Paul Goodman, who is our ICBC rep, has left, but we have had discussions about this in the past, and he's brought up that they do actively change their driver training manual to address issues that are coming up at certain times. What we've also done in the past is that if we find that there's something that people might not understand, we'll put information about that on our website as well. In the past, we've put information on how to go through a traffic circle or a roundabout. And I think as we go through this deeper dive analysis, if we find things that are emerging that seem to be a behavioral type thing, then we can highlight those and put them onto our website to help educate people in those areas and connect with ICBC about whether they could be in their manuals as well.
When's the last time the driver training was adjusted?
I think they actually continually update it. Paul was talking about one the other day where they had added more information about cyclists on the roadway and passing cyclists and that kind of information.
Okay, seems to be a necessity for an upgrade. The second thing I wanted to talk a little bit about was Technology innovation, we talked about it for our installations, but with cars being the main users of our roads, what are we in a position to do any advocacy in terms of innovation for the cars so that they in turn take on a bit of that responsibility rather from us? You know, whether it's the interior sight lines, there's minimum standards for sights coming out of the car, and there's so that they can see the pedestrians and see the cyclists, and there's minimum sizes of mirrors that they have to have just to make it the most aerodynamic, but you know, they can actually see things as they operate this vehicle.
Yeah, I mean, we can always be an advocate for that. Generally, a lot of the car manufacturers have their own kind of safety and research areas and have been developing that. I think the next innovation is around like, well, next presentation coming up on autonomous vehicles, connected vehicles, and that sort of information where it can actually start having sensors that detect pedestrians like walking alongside, and a lot of those are actually already being incorporated into vehicles. So if someone's going to take a right turn and it detects a pedestrian there, it won't allow you to do that movement. So for us, I think is just looking at our infrastructure and how we can move that along to be able to take advantage of those things.
And also at a national level, city staff sit on a body called the Chief Engineers Council, which is the regulatory body that creates the standards nationally from the Transportation Association of Canada. So they do liaison with manufacturers and both nationally in Canada and nationally in the US as well.
One innovation that I've seen recently for vehicles is that when you're turning left and you put on your left turn signal, that light goes off. So you're not blinding the car that's in front of you, and you can actually see that flashing left turn signal. That's a pretty good innovation but that's signaling to other car vehicles.
Councillor Louis. Thanks. Mayor Robertson?
Thanks, Chair. Well, thanks very much, Mr. Brown, for the presentation, and to the whole staff team for the focus on moving towards zero and making transportation or mobility safer for everyone in the city. It's fantastic to see the hospital data being useful and all these engineering solutions starting to deliver much more safety. It will be great to see the overall traffic fatality numbers go back down and under 2010, that low number we hit in 2010. But it's promising to see the progress you're making on a lot of different fronts. I had a question, and maybe this is for Staff Sergeant Duncan too, but specific to the red light cameras, and I've raised this at police board as well, where we have a fixed amount of red light cameras. They're at certain locations, but that remains a mystery. For some reason, that program got frozen once upon a time, and we know there are persistent problems with people running red lights. Particularly at speed and putting others at peril, putting themselves at peril. And I'm just curious why or what the opportunity might be for that program to grow, or if the city can have any influence on having a much more robust, to use that word again, program around red light cameras and enhancing the enforcement side of that.
Sure. Yeah, maybe I'll make a comment and then I'll let Dave answer as well. We've talked with ICBC about that in the past because it recently has been assessed to see the effectiveness of that, and I believe it's somewhere in the range of a 10 to 15% reduction at those locations in the number of collisions. And so what we can do is kind of advocate for that program to come forward, talk with our ICBC colleagues, and identify locations where we think they'll be very effective based on the data. And I think that will help to support that movement going forward. Mm.
Yes, sir. It's a provincial run program that's administered by the RCMP. So we do have some advisory ability with it, but you bring up some very good points. So I'll take that back to the powers that be and see if we can increase that. I agree. I mean, we all sort of know where they are. Everybody knows which intersections they need to be more careful at. It'd be great to see more. I mean, it seems like they would pay for themselves as well. The number of people, like Councillor Carr is suggesting, we're all seeing it a lot more. So I think they would pay for themselves, and we'll certainly advocate for that.
Yeah. Well, I think anything we can do as a city, I understand it's a provincial run program. I don't quite understand between ICBC, the RCMP, Ministry of Transportation, who's making the decision ultimately, and how do we get attention on it? And it's costing lives at this point when it should be a much more useful tool. But it'd be good to know who exactly we need to be advocating to and what case we need to make.
We'll work with VPD and those other agencies to get some clarity. And I know that the speed enforcement cameras are not here anymore, but I know some cities that had jurisdiction have put them around schools or around parks. And so we'll get clarity around that issue.
Okay.
And bring back some information.
That'd be great. That'd be great. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much.
You can remain seated if you wish, but there's no problem.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you said I don't have to stand.
You don't have to. It's entirely optional.
Thank you very much and for the report. Actually, I just have a comment. It's one that I was discussing with George this morning, and I can't just help mentioning this given this nature of the report and what we're doing, but as I was driving in today, thinking about this report and what we would be discussing, I thought, I wonder what the people of Aleppo would think about a city that's worrying about this few deaths and where a car turns left and right and so on. When they're just struggling with such profound issues of mass death, you know. How privileged we are to have a city to have a staff doing this kind of work. So I thank you for that, but I think it's really important to keep in mind that other people are dealing with huge issues, and we do anything to move here to deal with these kind of issues.
Okay. Is that your comment? Thank you. Councillor Affleck?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's very humbling, to be sure. Just a question that Councillor Deal a few months ago was quoted as saying that we were pursuing a 30-kilometer maximum speed limit in the city. I'm wondering if that is actually happening and we're pursuing the province as this a possibility. Is that actually a possibility? And perhaps you can fill me in on that.
Sure, yeah. So there's, I guess, two things. One, we've been pursuing a 40-kilometer-an-hour blanket speed limit and the ability to be able to do that as a municipality for quite a long time. The challenges where that's been faced, I think the last time it went to the judicial board and the police, like the provincial police jurisdictions, and their concerns are if everyone can set a different blanket speed limit, how do you know what the speed is when you're within those municipalities? And so because it has been taking such a long time on that and it looks like we weren't really able to get there, we've been proceeding with other measures to kind of move us along in that. So one thing is to do 30-kilometer-hour speed limits on cycling routes on our local streets. We also, when we measure for a speed hump program, we measure at 40 kilometers an hour, and then we do implementations to maintain speeds at 40 kilometers an hour. So those are the steps that we've been kind of moving forward on that, but it would require the province to change legislation to allow us to do that blanket speed limit. We can pass by council bylaw speed limit on any street, but we have to be able to post it. So every time we do that, we have to put in our street and traffic bylaw, and we have to post it on each of those streets.
I couldn't help noticing you're a bit of a data nerd, which is not a slight. I find it very interesting.
Thanks for noticing.
But I'm wondering if you've done modeling on the impact. Obviously, we know that the goal related to speed limit is the zero fatality issue, but the impact on if you model it on just getting around, on the impact of, say, courier businesses, on anybody, you lowering the speed, what that impact that would have on many other factors in our city, and can that be modeled?
Well, I mean, it goes back to kind of a simple traffic engineering principle that actually you don't reduce capacity by reducing the speed limit, because as you reduce the speed limit, vehicles drive closer together and you have the same throughput. So on that item, it wouldn't have effect on capacity on our street networks.
Of course, like any bylaw we have, it's only as good as its people monitoring it and enforcing it, and so I would say that we heard from the police about that challenge. And so the speed limit for bikes, you say, is 30 kilometers max on the bike lanes? Because certainly I know that when I go riding with my kids, I sometimes see bikes going by at 50 to 60 kilometers an hour easily. And it's one of the reasons my kids actually don't like riding on the bike lanes. They prefer, they find it challenging because they feel a bit concerned about being overtaken by these bikes.
Yeah, we haven't posted them on the bike lanes, like the separated facilities. Where we've posted them is on local streets. And typically in most of our local streets where you have parking on each side of the street anyways, like, it's actually pretty common that people would be going in the range of 30 to 35, 36 kilometers per hour. We've collected data throughout the city now with our speed hump program, and we don't actually put speed humps on streets where the speeds are already at that speed. So, yeah.
I would say, I don't know if you've ridden on Burrard Street Bridge, and I have, and people are riding much faster than 30 kilometers an hour. I would say a lot faster.
Definitely on the downgrades there, you could probably get higher speeds on those locations, yeah.
And speaking of that route towards Point Grey Road, lots of millions of dollars have been spent on Point Grey Road, but on a recent ride over to Wall Street on the east side of Vancouver, not the most pleasurable ride. The road is very rough, some gravel. This is the Point Grey Road of the east side of Vancouver, yet we don't seem to be paying any attention to that. Is there any plan to improve that, and are we going to spend $12 million on that bike route, or what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Wall Street would tie in with the portside connection that we're planning to implement east-west on the north side of the city. I think some of the opportunities with the port redeveloping, we're identifying those as potential areas that it could provide funding to that. Maybe ultimately, I don't know if Dale, if you want to add anything else on that in terms of a planning context. Yep.
Is there any plan to create a similar kind of structure as Point Grey Road, where you close down the road? Especially at Wall Street, where you have, it's very similar in a lot of ways. We're giving just local access, and is that
well, when that route comes about, you'd have to look at everything within our toolkit, right? If it's a road that has high volumes, then we'd look at traffic calming. If you can't get those volumes down, you look at separation or doing that kind of similar treatment. So whenever you look at that facility, you can't say from the start what you're going to do, but when you get into the planning for it, that's when you can determine what's the best options for those streets.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Reimer.
Thanks. I'm kind of a data nerd too, so I did want to share with you an interesting program I came across out of Bogota. They were able to reduce their traffic fatalities, this will astound you, from 1,300 a year to 600 a year. It's just astounding to think of 1,300 people a year dying in traffic. By hiring mimes, like mimes, who would come up and mock people engaging in inappropriate traffic behavior, and it worked. They had a mayor who was a mathematics professor, and he looked at the pedagogy of it and decided that social embarrassment was the way to go. So I offer it to you. I'm happy to send you more information. I know it sounds a bit fantastical, but it would be a great arts employment program, and if it reduced deaths by half, that's an incredible thing.
Great, thanks.
It was a terrific program, and red cards, I think, were given out by clowns as well, Councillor. Yeah. Okay, I don't think there was a question there, Mr. Browse, just for your information and advisement. Yeah. Okay, well, thank you very much. That concludes this item. We have one more item which I hope we can conclude before we break, which is autonomous vehicles. Mr. Kruger here.
Just going to introduce Paul Kruger. He's the works within our transportation planning branch. I just wanted to say, just to first remark, number one, a lot of big projects. Never been a busier time in transportation in the city of Vancouver. In the 20 years that I've been here, this is a very remarkable period. And then along comes a project like autonomous vehicles, which is potentially a game changer. And the potential benefits are of course, zero fatalities. They're perfect drivers. The safety and the efficiency are definite potential benefits. I just wanted to mention, though, just to put it at the top of your mind, that the challenge with cities for transportation is still going to be, oddly enough, movement to walk bike, and transit. And I only want to put that out there because the challenge is actually the number of people that we have to move. The additional 24,000 trips a day and the efficient modes are still actually walk, bike, and transit just because of the space requirements of a car. So terrific potential advancement, but won't change our big objectives.
Thanks, Mr. Leclerc. I'm glad to see a human being presenting this. I was afraid it would be done by an app. Welcome, Mr. Kruger.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and Council. Emerging trends in automative technology have the potential to profoundly influence how cities are built, how people get around, and how goods and services are delivered. Traditional auto manufacturers, ride-sourcing companies like Uber and Lyft, and tech companies like Google and Apple are investing billions of dollars into the development of automated and connected vehicle technology. In February 2016, a council motion was put forward instructing staff to explore this area further to understand the implications on city transportation, land use, economic and sustainability plans, and to outline the steps we should take to maximize the benefits while mitigating potential risks. Staff reported back with a short memo in April 2016 and committed to reporting back later in the year with greater detail. This presentation follows up on that commitment. There's a huge amount of uncertainty, but some industry insiders are saying that this is as big a deal for cities as the invention of the automobile more than a century ago. On one hand, automated vehicles could complement walking, cycling, and mass transit and radically reduce the number of privately owned vehicles, freeing up all kinds of space for better uses. On the other hand, they could induce sprawl and car-oriented development by making long commutes more attractive. The policies we develop today will help determine whether evolving technology takes us closer to or further from our goals. Automated vehicles have numerous potential benefits, including improved safety. Some experts are predicting an 80% or more reduction in total collisions. Increased mobility for people who can't access a car today or who live in areas with poor transit service. More space for walking, cycling, mass transit, and public realm if we take a shared approach that reduces the total number of cars on our streets. And decreased emissions if automated vehicles are predominantly electric, and we think they will be. Improved transportation planning tools and public convenience through better data, and increased productivity during commute time. There are also significant potential risks. There could be more driving overall. Automated vehicles could induce sprawl, leading to longer commutes and car-dependent communities. There could be worsened health if people choose automated vehicles over walking and cycling. There could be reduced investment in mass transit if senior levels of government see automated vehicles as a silver bullet solution. There's risk of hacking and cybersecurity and potential loss of privacy since the vehicles will collect enormous amounts of data. And there are lots of uncertainties around regulations and responsibilities at all levels of government, insurance, liability, and ethical implications. The actual safety benefits in complex urban areas with snow and leaves on the ground that can make paint lines less visible, and with high numbers of people walking and biking. And navigating the transition period where there'll be a mix of automated and human-operated vehicles. And potentially huge changes in employment, which goes way beyond work involving driving, auto repair, and insurance. Imagine a world with fewer traffic police, they've already left, and trauma surgeons, perhaps replaced by employment in programming, cybersecurity, and preventive medicine. I'd like to briefly highlight some of the trends in technology at a very, very high level. The big trends in the auto industry are towards automated, connected, electric, and at least in urban centers, shared vehicles, and more broadly, shared mobility. So the acronym here to remember is ACEs. On automation, industry experts talk about 5 levels, from level 0, where the driver does all the work, to level 5 with full automation, anywhere, anytime, and in any weather. Level 4 is where it starts to get transformative. Since that's the first level where you don't actually need a driver, and the occupants of the vehicle can focus on other things, at least in a well-mapped and defined area. Vehicles are becoming increasingly connected, communicating with other vehicles and civic infrastructure. The acronyms to remember here are V to V. It's vehicles talking to other vehicles, which enables things like platooning, cars driving really close together. V to I, it's vehicles talking to infrastructure like traffic signals and parking spaces. This enables things like helping cars drive at a safe, consistent speed and get more green lights, helping transit get signal priority through an intersection, and even helping people more easily find available parking spaces. You can even imagine vehicles programmed to follow street-specific regulations like speed limits on local bike routes and near schools. And finally, V to X. That's a broad term to describe vehicles connected to everything and anything. We truly are entering the era of the Internet of Things. There's a big trend towards electrification, with the range one can drive on a single charge rapidly increasing in new vehicles, even as costs come down. Vancouver is already well suited to electric vehicles with a clean and reliable electricity system and 95% of trips under 30 kilometers. The city has recently developed an electric vehicle ecosystem strategy to help to increase charging infrastructure throughout the city. Finally, in urban areas at least, there's a huge trend towards car sharing, which helps to reduce the need to own a car. Vancouver is a global leader in car sharing, with 1 in 4 adults belonging to at least one car share program in 2015, a doubling in just 2 years. Looking beyond the auto industry, this trend extends into the multimodal concept of shared mobility, not just car sharing, but bike sharing, ride sourcing, and more. Predictions for automated vehicle emergence vary widely, with some industry experts saying level 5 vehicles could be available in 5 years, and some saying they're decades away due to challenges around things like complex interactions with pedestrians, leaves and snow on the ground, and so on. We'll likely see fast adoption for shared fleets, transit, and goods movement, where there's a strong business case to turn over a fleet quickly. Many of the touted benefits of automated vehicles, like narrower travel lanes from the cars being better drivers than people, will require significant levels of adoption to be realized. That'll take a lot of time because people don't buy cars every year. In fact, the average car is on the road for 15 to 17 years. It seems like automated vehicles are in the news every day, so I'd like to highlight just a few recent developments. There's a big movement towards the idea of mobility as a service, and the line between ride sourcing and public transit is becoming increasingly blurred. When companies like Uber and Lyft ditch the driver and start carrying multiple occupants, they start to feel less like a taxi service and more like driverless microtransit on demand. Regarding transit, companies like Mercedes are already testing driverless technology in complex real-world environments with high numbers of pedestrians. In the very near term, driver assistance technology could lead to bus platoons that operate more like trains without the rail, perhaps with just one driver in the lead bus. Safety warnings will reduce collisions with people walking and biking, and automated precision docking at stops will allow drivers to focus more on customer service. Ride sourcing is rapidly evolving, with driverless taxis being tested in the US, Europe, and Asia. Many of you have probably heard about Uber's Pittsburgh pilot earlier this year, which operates in a 12 square mile area, including their downtown. There's an engineer behind the wheel in case anything goes wrong. In the near future, Uber, Lyft, Ford, GM, and others have announced their intent to deploy large fleets of shared vehicles within 5 years. These would likely be level 4 vehicles, able to operate without a driver in a designated and well-mapped zone. With the right policies in place, they have the potential to reduce private car ownership, replace low-performing suburban bus routes, and complement high-capacity mass transit. Tesla is taking a bit of a different approach. Earlier this fall, they announced that all new cars moving forward would come with the necessary hardware for complete autonomous function, although actual operation would depend on regulatory approval in individual states and provinces. They also stated their intent to create their own Tesla network that would enable privately owned vehicles to work for their owner as ride sourcing vehicles when not being used by the owner. Driverless and connected technology can profoundly impact the goods delivery as well. Trucking is a $700 billion industry in the US, and roughly a third is driver compensation. Platooning technology could enable trucks to better compete with rail for long-distance goods movement. In early November, the Uber truck you see here in the photo completed a 120-mile beer run. While on the highway, the driver... Yeah. Unfortunately, it was Budweiser. It wasn't a craft beer. While on the highway, the driver left the wheel and read a magazine from the rear cabin. He did not open a beer can. In the city, when things got complex, he took over the wheel again. This fall, the U.S. federal government issued comprehensive policy on self-driving cars. It includes direction on safety, data sharing, and privacy. And it also establishes jurisdictional boundaries and model state policy so that the rules don't change when a car drives across state boundaries. What's missing from this policy is that there's nothing about city building. There's nothing to discourage sprawling car-oriented communities or to encourage good urban planning. Cities and other levels of government will have to step up and fill the void. In Canada, the federal government has committed to developing a national regulatory framework for emerging vehicle technologies. The emerging direction is to harmonize Canada's approach with U.S. legislation with respect to testing and operation on public roads. Here in British Columbia, the province has made it clear that automated vehicles will not be permitted on BC roads without their permission, and they're waiting for the federal legislation to be in place. However, they are supportive of further regional discussion. On a related note, the province appears to be clearing a path to allow ride sourcing in the province, committing to reveal the new rules in 2017. Earlier this year, they released emerging principles based on extensive stakeholder engagement. The rules are meant to address concerns from persons with disabilities and the taxi industry, among others. In 2015, TransLink responded to interest from across Metro Vancouver and hosted a series of workshops on the future of driving. Participants included not just municipalities, but Metro Vancouver, ICBC, and the province, among others. At the conclusion of the workshops, the participants reached consensus on a set of regional objectives that, broadly speaking, reflect the city's corporate and city building objectives in this area. The objectives include increasing walking, cycling, and transit, reducing the need to own a car, reducing distance driven, improving regional accessibility, ensuring safety, reducing reliance on fossil fuels, and supporting a compact urban area. The preferred regional scenario delivers on these objectives through comprehensive road pricing, vehicle sharing policies, and ideally integrated payment across all modes from a single mobility account. Now, with all this in mind, city staff have developed a near-term work plan to ensure that we proactively plan for rapidly evolving changes in the auto industry. The initial actions fall under the themes you see here. First, given how quickly technology is evolving, it's imperative that we work together cross-departmentally within the city, within the region, and with major cities across North America to share information and develop a coordinated policy as technology evolves. On this front, we've already established an internal working group to ensure alignment and maximize cross-departmental opportunities. The group includes not just transportation, but also planning, sustainability, digital, law, and infrastructure departments, among others. We will also continue to participate in TransLink's regional working group to research emerging issues, develop regional policies, and work with the private sector and higher levels of government. We've begun establishing ongoing dialogue with major cities in Canada and across North America to share information and develop a coordinated approach to ensure automated vehicles support compact, sustainable urban development. So far, we've reached out to over a dozen cities across Canada, and beginning next year, we'll be reaching out to American cities through our participation in the National Association of City Transportation Officials. We'll continue to participate in any review of the regulatory relationship between ride sourcing, microtransit, and independent transit services, and will provide regular updates to Council and update policies as necessary. The second key work theme you see here is to explore and to test innovative ideas that support our mobility and safety goals. Beginning in 2017, we will work with TransLink to shape and prioritize the Regional Mobility Innovation Lab. For example, exploring mobility as a service, evolving transit service delivery models, and so on. We'll also make municipal infrastructure available to enable vehicle-to-infrastructure communication. Third, we need to future-proof parking and other civic infrastructure that will last for decades, far beyond even the longest time horizon for significant automated vehicle market penetration. This means building less parking overall and future-proofing the parking we do build to be a shareable resource that can be adapted to different uses over the life of a building, and exploring opportunities to integrate transportation, utility, and digital infrastructure and assets. The idea of future-proofing extends to the economy as well. City staff will work with the Vancouver Economic Commission to understand and plan for an evolving job market. Finally, there are all kinds of policy, infrastructure, and development decisions we can make to ensure a shared approach to automated vehicles that supports municipal and regional objectives, including increased walking, cycling, and transit, improved safety and accessibility for everyone, and compact community development. Mobility pricing, already a very high priority for the city and the region, will become even more important with automated vehicles that might otherwise encourage sprawl and longer trips. We're continuing to work with regional partners to develop a comprehensive approach. Connected technology could also facilitate more advanced mobility pricing options down the road that are sensitive to travel time, congestion levels, and even vehicle occupancy rates. We'll continue to advance policies that encourage car sharing and reduce the need to own a private car. And we'll continue to reinforce the transportation modal hierarchy in new developments, community plans, transportation decisions, and civic infrastructure. Finally, as the number of private vehicles and the need for on-street parking diminishes, we can start to reallocate space to support a more active and vibrant city. I'd like to finish just with a little visualization for what that reallocation could look like. In the fullness of time, it could enable a radical reimagining of our streets.
Mr. Kruger, we have to finish by noon, so I don't know how many more slides you've got.
This is the last slide.
Great, thank you.
We could see fewer travel lanes since there will be fewer cars overall and they'll be able to drive closer together. We could see narrower travel lanes, at least on lanes that are exclusively used by automated vehicles. We'll see fewer and possibly no more on-street parking spaces coupled with a massive reduction in the need for off-street parking. On the other hand, we'll have a much greater need for fantastic pickup and drop-off spaces that are well integrated into a walking-friendly public realm. Overall, there'll be a lot more space for other civic priorities like wider sidewalks, more public space, and green infrastructure. And finally, all of the future infrastructure that we do put in will be connected, enabling easier and safer movement for all modes. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Kruger. We do have to pause at noon, and I was going to ask Council's feelings about, this is such a huge topic that I think we could easily take up about an hour, but out of consideration for speakers that are waiting to speak this afternoon, I'm wondering if Council would be prepared to send our staff, Mr. Kruger, any questions they have by email. It sounds like we're going to have subsequent presentations along this line as the work unfolds, so it's not like a decision is sought today, but if Council wishes to come back after the in-camera session, that's up to you, but I recommend we waive the questions at this time and take the lunch break as scheduled at noon and go into camera. Councillor Ball?
Yes, thank you very much. I do have some eager speakers who waited all day yesterday to make sure they could speak. They've been here all morning. So if they, I know some of them have to leave and can't be back till 2:30. Is there any way that we can tell them what our afternoon would be like so they can actually make some legitimate plans?
Well, maybe I'll ask the city manager. My sense was that it would be about a 2-hour allocation for in-camera and maybe a 15-minute pause here to get a bite of lunch before we do that. So I think telling them 2:30 would be reasonable.
After 2:30, because there's one thing in front of me.
That sound right, Mr. Johnson?
That's great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'm not seeing any protests. Thank you so much, Mr. Kruger. Very stimulating and worrisome presentation in some respects. But
a pleasure. Thank you.
I'm sure future councils will enjoy wrestling with all those issues. Anyway, thanks again. So we'll recess now and go in camera. And don't see the mayor, but maybe for members of council, just grab something to eat and go in camera. We'll be there by, say, 12:15, 12:20.
Testing, testing. Mayor Robertson, testing. It's
Testing, testing, testing.
Okay, everyone, sorry for the delay. Apologies to those who've been waiting, but these things are hard to forecast sometimes. So I think we're ready to go on to item 7, contract award for consultant engineering services. Mr. Cohen, do you have a presentation or anything you want to make, or no? Okay, any questions for staff? Is that you, Councillor Louis?
Thank you. And the report itself comes as a result of an authorization by Council in October of 2015. This is the work that was asked of staff to contemplate the possibility of realignment and replanning for this area. And this contract, I think, tries to accomplish what was set out in that direction of Council of 2015. The difference, I think, in this instance, from what I recall in 2015 and rereading the document, is that this is a full procurement for services up into and including detailed design of the road network, rather than reporting back to Council at a higher level with sufficient information to report back to us at some point in time for Council to make a detailed decision on proceeding or not proceeding. But in this case, this is the full procurement. Can you perhaps explain to me why?
Yeah, so this is the information that staff need in order to make that recommendation. There is work that's going on with adjacent landowners and partners. This work feeds those discussions and also provides staff with the information to come forward with a recommendation to Council on the neighborhood. This would give us detailed information about soils and design issues, and the work would unfold over the next many months.
But Mr. Dobroni, isn't it true that this contract is for 5 years with an extra 1-year extension as a possibility, and we're not reporting back in 6 years' time?
No, correct. The work is proceeding well, and we're expecting to come back to Council early next year, first quarter next year.
And so there's work that extends beyond the report back to Council. And although I agree that this work is necessary and likely needs to be done in order to report back in sometime next year, there's more work that we're authorizing today rather than waiting for the decision of next year. Is that not true?
So the report back early next year would be an update, and we're expecting a firm recommendation would take longer than that and would follow at a later date. But it's a very complex project with a lot of different moving pieces. So we expect to provide Council an update early next year, and then report back again regularly as required.
If I can jump in just to elaborate on that, we are asking for authorization to spend within what Council has approved. However, if as we proceed we find information that prevents the project from moving forward, or negotiations go in a different direction and we're not able to foresee the project moving forward, we would come back, as Jerry's indicated, as a first stop in February as a check-in, but we would dial back the work if we deem that it's not needed because the project is going in and isn't gonna work out for whatever reason. We would dial back that work and come back to Council.
So maybe a question of how much authorization is required in order to report back to us sufficiently in the new year?
So the spend rate in round numbers for this work would be a little bit under $1 million a month, and so we're expecting to report to Council in the first quarter of next year.
So $3 million, $4 million.
Those round numbers, but as the city manager mentioned, we would only do the work that is required to progress the project, and if there is for whatever reason delays, we could scale the work accordingly. The contract is structured so it can be scaled, and and undertaken as and when required as we.
However, we didn't break the work into quarter segments with different contracts for each segment, and authorizing or just moving forward on a portion of it, like the contractor has to get the staff on board, they got to build the team to do this year's worth of work. And so we're not recommending, and we didn't recommend going out with many different contracts or quarterly contracts. So we want to get a team on that's going to be with us through the year, delivering on their deliverables.
But I could provide, like in general, with our consulting contracts such as this, we have the ability to control the speed and the spend as we work our way through the contract. And this contract is no different.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sir Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. I did have one question, Mr. D'Aubervoni, and that is that I noticed in this report on page 2, in the background context, it does list a number of noted opportunities in Northeast Falls Creek, and amongst those is not listed the goal of returning Prior Street to a neighborhood street, and I don't know if that's an oversight or if that's just intended to be, this was not a full list, but I just wanted to get reassurance that as the planning proceeds in Northeast Falls Creek, that it's going to be anticipating that.
Yes, our city policy and our goals are to return Prior Street to a local serving street. It's not dependent on this work. It's more dependent on the grade separation over the rail tracks at the other end and selecting the best route. But certainly this is consistent with that goal, and that goal is clearly our policy.
Great. That's all I need. Thank you.
Councillor Reimer.
Thank you, Chairperson. A couple of questions. So as I read the scope of the contract, it definitely involves the viaducts, but it also involves a great deal of area not related to the viaducts, to the west, I guess, or underneath the viaducts as well as to the west. Like the Northeast Falls Creek area is a fairly large area.
Yes.
So whether or not council decided to proceed in February with the final decision to remove the viaducts, this work would still, it sounds like, have a value and a purpose to the Northeast Falls Creek planning.
Yeah, we will only proceed with work that has value. And so there are several ways in which this has value. Part of that is tied directly to the viaducts decision. It's also connected to the neighborhood, as you said, the Northeast Falls Creek neighborhood. And if for whatever reason we would only proceed with the work that is needed and provides value in the ongoing process.
And in the immediate sense, so prior to you coming back to council on the next viaducts report, there is information that this contract would elicit that would be useful in council's understanding of that report that comes in the spring.
Yeah, and certainly the connection to Prior, and also the reduction in traffic, regardless of the downgrading of Prior. This work here is expected to reduce traffic volumes onto Prior between 5 and 10%, regardless of moving Prior and downgrading it.
Okay.
And so that connection is key.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Kevin McNinney, Project Director. I just wanted to clarify one comment, is that we're not asking Council in the spring for a decision on the viaducts. That'll be at the end of 2017.
Okay.
You've directed us to go out to do an area plan in consultation with the community, to do some technical work of which this is part, and to figure out the legal agreements, financial agreements, agreements with the landowners. All of that will be coming towards the end of 2017. In the new year, what we're committing to, as Mr. D'Aubervoni pointed out, is to update Council, to update you on the progress on everything, including this technical work in this contract.
So then it would be even more important that a contract be awarded in order that you could get the information that by the end of 2017 we would need to make a final decision.
That's correct. Last October you gave us clear direction to do this technical work. This is getting permission to spend the money you allocated.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, I just have a high-level one. I don't know if it's for Mr. McNaney or for you, Mr. D'Aubervoni, but since the last report to council, I guess the biggest one, or the only one really, was October 2015. I know the stewardship group has been established. I've had a chance to take a look at it. Is it fair to say that all of the key players are actively participating and bringing forward their concepts there, on the landowners and so on? You know, you haven't reported on it. That's kind of, I don't want to prejudge the report in February, but can you just characterize how active all of the key players are in that discussion?
Yes, it's been a very extremely busy fall in terms of consultation with over 3 events a week since mid-August. The landowners have participated in many of those events, such as design studios with the Park Design Advisory Group and Stewardship Group and an expert panel. We've also been engaging all the city's advisory groups. We've been working with local residents. We've been working with the Hogan's Alley groups. So all of that is culminating in the next round of consultation in early February on emerging directions. We'll get a better sense of where the community's at and where their vision aligns with landowners and the city's overall objectives for the area.
Do you think at that time we'll be able to see, or you'll be able to report on the thinking of some of the major landowners there? Because there's at least 2. There's Concord Pacific, of course, but also Canadian Metropolitan Lands. And PAVCO, of course, has expressed interest in its issues.
Yes, I believe so. All landowners have indicated an interest to proceed to rezoning, and we're just working through the details of what that looks like. But more importantly, we're trying to get a sense of where the plan is heading as per council's direction to ensure that their submissions for rezoning align with the community's vision for the area.
Great. Okay. Thanks very much. Okay. I guess we're ready for someone to move the recommendation. Oh, Councillor Stevens got there. Okay. Any debate? Councillor Louis.
Yes, Mr. Chair. The report, I think, will help to accomplish what was approved in October 2015, which is to assemble sufficient information for council to consider next steps in combination with finances and a number of other complicated component pieces of this possibility of removal of the viaducts. The report in October 2015 has some issues of what council passed, but the interpretation, my interpretation of that was that we would proceed to move forward with this with sufficient information and gave authority to staff to go forward with initiatives that would help us make those decisions in a stepped approach. One that continues to give us this opportunity to proceed, but also at the same time protecting the taxpayer and proceeding in a fashion that we would not be expending funds unnecessarily. What I'm hearing today is that staff say we'll not spend money if not necessary, and which is comforting, but to a degree. What I would have preferred is that the authorization that you're asking of council today, to the tune of $14 million over for a possible 6-year program, would be parsed down to what was actually necessary for council to make a decision in February of, or whatever, first quarter of 2017. What the report said in October of 2015 was that the passage of B through G and above approvals are subject to, and here's what it says below, and I won't read them all, but specifically I2, which was conclusion of all agreements and other agreements which are required for the replacement of street network, land exchanges, transfers, parcel reconfigurations, including reconfiguration of proposed Creekside Park extension adjustments to the legal boundaries of Andy Livingston Park, all to the satisfaction of council. We don't have that yet. We likely can't have that at this point in time, and that's why we're doing the exploration. But we're not even close to that. And this report that was spoken about at the end of 2017 presupposes that we could come to a conclusion with the other parties in this arrangement. I am concerned that we are being asked today to expend more than, given authorization, more than what's necessary for us to make a decision in the first quarter of more than what is required for us to make a proper decision on proceeding or not proceeding with either what we hope to have as an aspiration or any other iteration of it in advance of us having that information. So I will be voting against the procurement because I don't believe it is congruent and consistent with what was approved of in October of 2015.
Okay, Councillor Reimer.
Thanks, Chairperson. My comments, I think, will be a little bit shorter. I do think as a procurement award, it is a good award and meets all of the criteria that were set out. I did want to flag, though, that the information that will be coming back at the end of 2017 would be quite critical for me. I know staff are aware that I have some concerns, quite significant concerns about how the design of Northeast False Creek and specifically the removal of the viaducts could impact traffic on the east side. So I remain optimistic that there is an opportunity not just for it not to get worse, but actually for it to be the best it has ever been, because we have always suffered as a community on the east side of Vancouver being sort of the jam between the highway and downtown and the kind of rat running. And when you look at the maps that we were looking at earlier, all of those intersections are in the rat running zone, and that fixing that is a high priority for me. So I'm excited to see this contract awarded, because I think it will be kind of the missing link that we need to really understand how some of these pieces might fit together. It's possible that they don't, and that would put me in an unfortunate position at the end of next year, but at the end of this year I get to vote for some hope and opportunity for a safer east side of Vancouver. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Carr.
No, me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Affleck. Yep, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'm glad to hear that Councillor Louis is coming to his senses on this multi-million-dollar bondoodle. I think that I voted against the viaducts coming down, that the hundreds of millions of dollars that it's going to cost us are beyond what we should be managing as a city. I was skeptical about those numbers, and so to spend millions of dollars at this stage when we're not even close potentially to concluding any relationships regarding the real estate deals that are very complex, I think it's important that that be more confirmed. So I won't be supporting this to move forward with this kind of spend at this point. Thank you.
Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. We are talking about a large spend in the context of a set of decisions that we've made and a set of instructions that we've given to staff at the last time that we voted on this. And so my support for this is based on the fact that I'm expecting a continuation of the number of steps that we took as a council to provide direction and support. So I've tested on a number of those issues, but I'm going to just reiterate what I believe to be those issues. One is, as I have already mentioned and Councillor Reimer mentioned, an integration with traffic flowing east that will reduce the traffic through the neighborhood of Strathcona, particularly along Pryor and Venables. Secondly, that there will be attention paid to the issues around not only geotechnical issues, earthquake, etc., but climate change related issues. This is an area that is subject to flooding, and that was a concern of mine, and that was one of the amendments I made that made it through. Not all of my amendments made it through that to provide direction. Ones that didn't have to do with issues that have just been raised by fellow councillors around the issues with who is going to pay for the cost in an equitable manner, including those landowners, those large landowners who stand to benefit financially from this. That unfortunately was not passed by the rest of my council members, so that's not a consideration. I wish it were. And so too was not passed an amendment I put forward to ensure the early delivery of a park, an expanded park in this area. So I can't at this point expect that those things will be there because all of the rest of you voted against them. But I do think that the things that did get passed will indeed provide direction for the spending of this money on these contracts. So for that reason, it seems to be consistent with the direction we provided earlier. I will support it.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thanks very much. I'm absolutely in support of this. As I've said for some time now, I think this is this whole project is going to be the jewel of this council. It always reminds me of Mayor Harcourt when he at that time put a stop to the freeways coming in, and we're now putting a stop to the, hopefully to the freeway that's already there, and opening up this city to really a very exciting dream. And this is just another step on the process, having made decisions already. So please do vote in favor.
Okay, seeing no further speakers, we'll go to the voting queue, please, Madam Clerk. All those in favor, please show. Opposed, do otherwise. Okay, that motion passes with Councillors Louis, Affleck, and DeGenova in opposition. Got it? Oh, sorry, Louis, Ball, also Affleck and DeGenova. Okay, so next is item 10, temporary heritage protection of 4255 West 12th. Staff are available to answer questions. Are there any questions? I think there are. Councillor Deal.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. D'Agostini, for being here. Just a couple of questions before we go to our speakers on this item. As you know, there's been a big push to save this home. And as we've used in the past, you're recommending the 120 days. One of the things that we're often asked is a couple things. One, why we just don't deny development or demolition permits. And the second one has to do with our new heritage action plan, which we're very deeply in the middle of updating, including things like looking for clusters of heritage homes that we might save as a cluster through a zoning tool, like Mole Hill has come up quite a few times. Can you discuss both of those in respect to this decision that we'll be making today?
So through the chair, the provisions around demolition or preventing demolition or not allowing permits to proceed are laid out in the Vancouver Charter, and Council does have some tools like the temporary protection orders or withholding of permits, but you can only protect buildings from demolition through heritage designation or a heritage revitalization agreement. And the heritage designation component requires council approval of a designation bylaw and typically would require compensation to an owner, or as the HRA or heritage revitalization agreement implies, agreement to protect the building on behalf on the part of the owner as well.
On that part of my question, we can't just say no. We have obligations to the owner if we are asking them to not demolish. That's correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so that common thing of just say no isn't actually technically possible for us.
That's correct.
Okay, and on the second issue?
On the second question, as part of the Heritage Action Plan, yes, we are looking at clusters or opportunities around some geographic areas or smaller clusters to see if there are some mechanisms or tools that we can bring forward to council in order to encourage and the protection of properties that are on the Heritage Register or have character.
Right, and I'm not sure if 3 houses would qualify, but it's been much noted that this is one of 3 in a row, the only one under threat at this time, though.
It's certainly one of the things that we're looking at that we bring back forward to council.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I see no further questions, which is welcome. Is someone prepared to move the recommendations? Oh, we have speakers. I apologize. Yeah. Wishful thinking. Ryan Hultman, please.
Thank you for allowing us to speak on behalf of our owners, or myself. Initially, when I got a letter from Anita Molero for the administrative report, I found that to begin had some inaccuracies and they were missing some information. I'd like to clear that up quickly, and then I'm going to prove, we'll just go over the fact that we've actually spent quite a time consulting and going over the issues that were involved with this site and talked to city on many occasions, and the clients have wished to proceed with the single family house as is. And so sorry, I'm a little nervous talking in front of crowds, but get through this. So the administrative report was the action, and the action will allow time to prepare the development options to retain the building and present those options to the property owner. Okay, so we've sorry, so many notes. What's that? Yeah. So in this, they've mentioned that the development application was in August 8th of 2016. In fact, we applied in March, the end of March. The single-family intake at that time in March, we weren't. They didn't take in the in our demolition permit at that time, and we were told that we needed to talk to heritage staff. Within a few days, Marco had set us up to talk with James Bolt, and then he relayed an email to me giving us quite a long list of options for the retention of the house and as well as development options. This house is on the crest of a hill, West 12th. It's a beautiful area and close to UBC endowment lands. From the outset, my client was intent to build a single new home in an outright RS zone, and from what James Bolt had sent us, we decided to move on with the project. My clients actually started this in November of 2015, where they contacted the city and Heritage and found out that it was a C home, and they were, before they even purchased the house, were given, we're told that the house was able to be demolished to build a single family home. And so they moved on, bought the house. So March intake, April 5th, Marcos sent us to talk to James Bolt. April 8th, we emailed with James Bolt and mentioned that we would continue with demolition. So we sat from April through till June, and we'd heard really nothing from the city. It feels like there was pretty much a hold on our project. On June 13th, Marco had asked that we speak again and that we go over development and retention options. He sat with two of the owner's advisors, Jack and Carter Mao over there, and they had gone through the meeting, and at the end of the meeting mentioned to Marco that they'd prefer to move forward with our single dwelling application. June 30th, I received an email from Pivand Shakbari in the building department explaining that she had just been told to open the project. So there was, at that time, we're into 130 days or more of a not so official hold on our project. And some new articles were required from us that weren't at our initial permit application date. So we fulfilled those, and by August 3rd, we're finally able to get in with those new documents and paid the demo fee. Where at that point, I guess, yeah, with the October 9th or 8th when the city says, or Marco has suggested that we had applied, it's not true. November 9th, I emailed and tried to contact Saul Schwebs many times requesting.
Mr. Altman,
yeah?
I should have cautioned you that you're only entitled to speak for 5 minutes. You're over that now, but because I don't see anyone.
At any rate,
if you could sum up, that would be great. I don't want you to feel that you haven't had your chance to speak, and it'd be helpful. Helpful to
the first minute or two. Thank you.
Yeah, it would be helpful if council knew precisely what you felt about the recommendation that staff put in front of us. that the history is important, but not as important as your submission to council on what you would like us to do with this recommendation from staff.
We'd like to not have it. We've already gone through well over 215 days since our initial application till now, and the project, many other projects we've gone through have been approved and through. We've spoken to them on 3 different occasions on retention and development, and our client wants a single-family home, and they does not want the density.
You have questions now for Councillor Ball? Hang on, Mr.
No.
Holman. You got some questions, so.
Just have a question for you. Thank you for coming in. And don't worry, everybody feels the same when they get up there. I just am wondering, again, to clarify what your, how this has affected you and your client, and what you'd like to see happen exactly.
We'd just like to see the process move on. I mean, we've talked on many occasions. We've been open every single time that they've asked us to hear those things. But the fact remains is it's an RS1 outright, and we are, they don't want to have the density on the site. They want a new house. You know, there's design issues, everything else with that old house that you know, don't meet their requirements. And so, you know, we've gone through and designed a house that we would like to push forward with. And we've just been held up at every stage, it seems, and we're currently in another one. Because I was told over a month ago that we had 1 or 2 weeks before I had a deficiency list. So it's now over a month since even that.
How has this affected you financially?
Well, they're obviously paying mortgage on the house. I mean, there's, I think, I'm not sure if there's rentals there or not, but I mean, typical house, you know, they want to live in the house. They want to have the house, you know, built. More delays is clearly a problem.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
You got further questions for Councillor DiGenova?
Thank you.
Councillor DiGenova has questions.
I do. I just had a question. You had mentioned that it's an old house and they want a new house, and I'm not asking you to speak on behalf of them. Again, you don't have to answer my questions. I'm just wondering, did they know of the heritage value of the house when they originally
in November of last year, we're advised that it was a heritage C, and they had asked at that point if they were able to build a new house on that lot, and they were told by the city that they were. So then they moved forward and purchased the property.
And then how far down the process line were you and the applicant before?
Well, I started, I think,
made aware of this.
I started designing in January.
Okay, January.
So, and then we applied in March.
And I suppose from your meetings with the city before, you had a pro forma and you expected completion of of the project to be, like, when did you expect completion to be?
I mean, I think it's 4 months or something, or whatever is reasonable. I think
so you would have
application. I think we're long time. I mean,
but you weren't
2 projects that have come and gone.
You weren't okay. So you were you at the time? Did staff give you a certain date?
No, they kind of give loose numbers, but it just keeps on finding out. I keep on finding out through emails that we've been held up for this or that, and it's where I've not experienced that on another project. So.
Okay, thank you. I will ask staff about that.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Claire Cullen.
Thank you very much.
You can lower the entire podium if you like, Ms. Cullen.
No, it's good. Thank you very much. So good afternoon, Chair, Mayor, City Councilors, City staff, and those in the gallery here. I am speaking in support of this administrative report, number 3, the temporary protection order for this address. I want to just take a moment. This has been a year and a half in the making, coming to this place, and I want to thank the city councilors, the city staff who I've been in touch with, who've taken the time to email me back, to respond, to meet with me in certain cases, and I've really appreciated the responsiveness, the professionalism, and the helpfulness I've received at every step along the way, so thank you for that. It makes me happy to know that we can get a response as ordinary citizens here in the city. I just live right around the corner from this house. I have a house next to me that has been demolished. The house behind me has been demolished. The house 2 doors down from me has been demolished. And I didn't contest those. They were smaller, pre-1940s character homes, but this house is different. 4255 West 12th Avenue is one of 3 lovely, large, and well-maintained pre-1940s heritage houses on the block in Point Grey. And according to the staff report, it was one of the first built on the block. Up until the summer of 2015, the house was owned and occupied by families. The most recent lived there for over 20 years and undertook careful, well-planned upgrades to ensure the maintenance of the house, as well as keeping the kitchen and bathrooms up to modern standards. The exterior is a classic craftsman style, typical of Vancouver of that era, and the interior has retained the heritage high-quality features such as hardwood floors, wood paneling, coffered ceilings, as well as a lovely staircase. It's in great condition, and together with its sister houses on either side, create a streetscape of significant character and sense of history to the area. When the for sale sign went up in early summer 2015, I and the community became very anxious. At that time, houses were being demolished in Point Grey at a very alarming rate, generally 2 per block at any given time. We knew this house would be at risk, and as we started to talk to neighbors to see if others shared our concerns, we discovered deep dismay at the loss of older homes and character in this area, as well as a frustration that no one in government seemed to be taking action. So over a year later, the community and media has shone a light on various aspects of houses as investment problem in this city, and action has indeed been taken by the province and by the city to try to curb some of the problems. Heritage retention, however, is still not adequately addressed, but I do applaud the city for undertaking the character home zoning review process, which will be a tremendous tool to help retain character and heritage while it still exists. I am worried, however, that this particular house will be a victim of timing. With the CHZR still in the public consultation phase, no new policies or retention incentives may be in place in time to prevent or discourage the demolition. On the other hand, this house could be one of the first protected with the CHZR recommendations and would be an amazing poster child or grande dame for what the CHZR is intended to protect. A temporary protection order will afford staff the time they need to further ascertain the heritage value of 4255 West 12th and discuss incentive options with the owner. It will also allow feedback from the CHZR to be compiled and assessed, hopefully resulting in additional incentives and protection for this heritage C house and others such as like it in Vancouver. During the process of the CHZR, and I'm not sure if that's an acronym you're using, but I urge City Council to approve this temporary protection order on this house. I further encourage City Council to consider a moratorium of demolition of all pre-1940 houses to allow the city's citizens to submit their feedback on the character home zoning review by January 15th, and for the city staff to then review the results and determine the best next steps. I realize retention of character homes is connected to much broader and concerning issues in Vancouver: affordable housing, loss of rental stock, waste management issues, foreign investment in property, ghost houses, and money laundering, to name a few. But less tangible is how the sense of community is eroded when older homes are demolished, taking with them a sense of history and character of a neighborhood. Like other RS1 zoned areas of the city, Point Grey has been irreparably changed by demolition, and we need to consider alternative zoning options in order to address heritage retention. And we need City Council to have a forward-looking approach that shows leadership and an understanding of the long-term beneficial impact of retention of heritage in this still young city. Please accept the recommendations from staff who have worked very hard to develop this report and approve the temporary protection order on this property. Thank you very much.
Great, you were 2 seconds within the deadline. Councillor Deal, you had questions?
Yes, thanks, Ms. Collin, for coming out, and thanks for your advocacy. It's an interesting issue. I've been working with the Heritage File for many years, and it's not a unified opinion. Yeah. Far from it. And I'll confirm with staff whether or not a heritage home would be part of the character home study, because they are actually 2 different categories. But I had a question for you. Do you live in a heritage home yourself?
Yes, I do.
Have you placed a covenant upon that home yourself?
I don't actually own it.
Okay.
My parents own it, and I live in it.
I think that's something I think that we're going to need to really carefully address is it's the person who sells the home in the first place who then, I think that we could avoid some of these if people were voluntarily putting covenants on their homes. But that's not for us to answer today, but I was just curious. So thanks for your advocacy.
And I think that they would. I mean, my parents have talked about selling the house that we live in, and they know that it would get demolished, so they don't want to sell it. You know, they could get $2 million, whatever crazy amount of money for it. They've decided not to. So actually, I'll talk to them about the Heritage Covenant.
Thank you.
Carr?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, Ms. Cullen, also for your advocacy, your work, your writing to council, and keeping us informed about this. I'm curious, in terms of this particular order, it does talk about both the interior and the exterior of the house. Have you seen the inside of this house?
Very briefly. Yeah, I was in there one time just around Christmas time. I didn't actually know the people who lived there. And then I've peeked through the windows, and I know the people next door who actually who live in the other, one of the sister heritage houses, and he was here earlier on the speaker's list, but I don't think he's been able to stay. They described the interior, and they said it's a mirror, or not a mirror, but exactly the same as theirs, and that they've retained all of the beautiful features inside.
Right.
So.
Now, my understanding, and you might not know the answer to this, my understanding was that there were photos that were part of the real estate agent's promotion of this house for sale, and that they were drop dead gorgeous in terms of interior. And then I guess there was like concerns raised, and so those photos were taken down. I don't know if you know anything about that.
I'm aware of that. I'm aware that the real estate listing was being used a bit of as an advocacy tool to sort of show how wonderful the house is, and then that web link suddenly disappeared.
Right.
Yes.
Do you have any, I mean, you've heard what the owners have to say. Do you have any particular opinion in terms of how you think this matter might be resolved in a way that's satisfactory to yourself and neighbors?
Well, I feel I really encourage city staff to continue to look into solutions. That's why I think this 120 days is really important. It may not be long enough, but at least it's a start. I feel like the offering density options to the new owners, I feel like are perhaps one of the best solutions. I know it's been said sometimes financial compensation based on potential loss due to lack of development. I don't quite understand how the math is done in that process. I know one of the other councillors has suggested that we would have to compensate, or sorry, the owners would have to be compensated by the city for the fact that they couldn't develop the property and therefore can't realize the future value of that developed property. I'm not quite sure how that future value is calculated. And who has a crystal ball to know exactly what the real estate market is going to be doing. So I have some skepticism around that approach. So I'm not offering you a solution. I'm suggesting something I don't know is the best option.
Right. And just one last question. You talked about neighbors being concerned. How much redevelopment and tearing down of the older heritage or character homes has been happening in your neighborhood? And what has been the response of your neighbors to this?
Well, I mean, this time last year, at least 2 houses on every block seem to be getting demolished. On my street, I'm just on 11th. There's about 30 houses on the block. I think there's only 5 that are the original houses. They've all, been demolished and redeveloped, many in the last couple of years. We did, as a result, sort of some advocacy around this house, we held a community meeting last November, which some of you may be aware of, and we thought maybe 20 people would show up, and so we booked a coffee shop, and then we heard that maybe 50 people were going to show up, so we booked a church gym, and then 180 people showed up at this church hall, and very concerned. No one with all of the answers, but just very concerned about what was happening around heritage and demolition in the area. And so I think it just shows that there's definitely this sort of grassroots energy around it.
Do you know if those people, and yourself included, have gone out to although heritage, as Councillor Deal points out, is different than character, but still in all, in some cases, these might be deemed character homes. Have you or your neighbors, have those people been going out to attend the character home zoning review meetings that have been taking place?
Yeah, quite a few I know have gone to those meetings. I went to the first one at the Hellenic Hall, and where I got to meet Marco face-to-face for the first time after many emails back and forth. And I know some of my neighbors and community members have gone as well and really found them interesting. I personally thought the information presented was really, really great, really excellent. And I thought it was really well done and asked for good input. So to answer your question, yes, I believe a lot of people have attended those meetings. And if they haven't been able to, they are going to do the online survey or questionnaire. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. That's all your questions. Thank you for coming. Our next speaker is Jan Kidney.
Hi, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. I live actually on the block, and I really want to speak very briefly. Claire has done the large part of the work in regard to this whole issue. It's a difficult one, but I support the temporary protection order for 4255 West 12th. And I represent a number of other people in the neighborhood, as well as Claire and other people, that we really hope that the character home zoning review will prevent other heritage and livable homes in our West Point Grey or Point Grey neighborhood from vanishing. We commend the staff for their work in what we consider to be the right direction. Keep at it, because it's a difficult, and we acknowledge it's a difficult issue. So thank you very much. This is supposed to be a green city, and this is one of the biggest green issues that I'm aware of. The whole loss of well-made built, and it's a very well-built, looked-after house. Thank you very much.
You have questions for Councillor Deal, just before you go?
You were brief, and I'll say brief as well. Nice to see you.
Pardon me?
You were brief, and I'll be brief as well. But
yep.
First of all, it's nice to see you. We used to sing together many years ago. Quick question. You mentioned saving homes in your neighborhood. Do you also support saving them in other neighborhoods throughout the city?
Of course.
Okay.
It's a big issue all across the city, not just Shaughnessy. And that was a good move, but also fraught with problems. Everywhere it's going to be a big issue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Deal. We have one further speaker, Leslie Leader.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and City Councillors. I live and have lived for 30 years one block from the subject of this item. I strongly support the 120-day extension of temporary demolition order on this house. Apart from its beautiful design, this house is unusual, as has been said before. That is a middle house in a row of three beautiful, gracious, almost 100-year-old homes. My house was built either in 1912 or 1916. If it were to be demolished, yet another streetscape which gives a glimpse of historical Vancouver will be lost forever. Vancouver presents itself as a green city, and Council works hard to live up to this name. But when there is thoughtless demolition of houses which are then carried away in a procession of dump trucks to a landfill site, not only are the houses dumped, but truck by truck, so is our heritage. This is hardly green city behavior. Not for our housing stock in general, and especially not for the preservation of exceptional houses like this house in question. Old houses last a long time. At the meeting that Claire was speaking about, an engineer said that the expected life of some of the houses that have mushroomed up is about 30 years. Mine is in very good shape, and we look after it very well after almost 100 years. So there's the whole green city aspect to this problem. The visual quality of Vancouver streets has taken many, many decades to mature. And we all, and our city council, should be guardians of our beautiful city. There is urgency here. Almost every week, special houses are lost forever in Point Grey and in other areas of our city. Can you imagine what would become of Amsterdam if they did not have the careful restrictions to preserve the look of their city? Is only progress and newness that, something that matter? Heritage doesn't just happen. It has to be grown over time. Preservation of houses like 4255 West 12th is not only there for the benefit of us, the present citizens of Vancouver, but also for our children's children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. You don't have any questions. So that's the end of our speakers. Thanks for coming today. Councillor Deal, you're on the queue. Are you prepared to move the recommendation?
I am prepared to move the recommendation, and but I was going to ask one further question as well. It's not pertained to my moving the, it's a question of clarification. To Mr. D'Agostini, can you clarify for people the difference between the character home review and the heritage protection things that we have in place? Things,
So,
it's a long day.
The character home zoning review is looking at potential zoning changes to encourage character retention, much like is in place in other character retention zones. Kitsilano, Strathcona, and Mount Pleasant are examples. They may include some heritage resources, which are listed on the Heritage Register, but the Heritage Register is a much, I guess there's a lot less properties listed on that. It's about 2,200, which includes buildings like City Hall to houses like the one that you're discussing right now.
And so for the for heritage retention, we have a system of carrots in place, things that we can offer to work with an owner in order to encourage them to retain the existing home.
Right. The analogy might be that for the buildings on the Heritage Register, we can deal with them on a site-by-site or case-by-case basis as providing incentives. For the character houses, it would be more incentives that would be built into the zoning.
Based on the category. Okay, well, I will move the recommendations. I do acknowledge that it's taken a long time for the owners and their agent to get where they are. We know that we have issues with the speed of permitting. And I know that staff don't make this recommendation lightly. These don't come to us on a regular basis. They've made the determination that in this case it's worthy of this extra care, an extra attempt to find a compromise that pleases the homeowner and also retains the original home. And it may not be possible. And again, we don't always have those tools that people think that we have. This is a very legal issue. And going forward, I'm really hoping that we start to see a movement of people putting covenants on their own homes. We have a lot of people telling us we should protect somebody else's home, but there are a lot of people who want that protection, live in homes that are also have this heritage value. And by placing that covenant on your own home, you avoid these situations in the future. So I'm really hoping that that starts to become something that people consider. And in the meantime, this is a beautiful home. It has some extra historical value. It is part of a cluster of 3. And again, I know our staff don't make these recommendations lightly. So I'm hoping that we can find a solution moving forward that satisfies all parties and still retains this beautiful home. And again, this continues to be an active file in the city, and the character home review is providing us with a lot of variety of opinions, and it's going to be a very challenging decisions coming out of that one as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. I very much want to thank staff for bringing this forward to us. This has been a particular home that has generated a lot of community interest, and we have received a lot of emails and information about this, and I really appreciate all the people, not only who took time today to come, but who have taken the time to phone or write to us and obviously organize community meetings. You know, I understand too that there is a desire at this point on the part of the owners to tear down and build new. But I'm really hopeful that they will consider the interests of the city and the interests of the public in this, in retaining what really are becoming more and more rare, yet incredibly unique and important homes within our landscape. They really do define the character, and they really do reflect the history of this place, and they are important to people for those reasons. So I'm hopeful that conversations will end up being productive over the next 120 days, and again, appreciate staff for the opportunity, the time that has been given to allow those conversations to happen.
Okay, I think we're ready for the vote. Madam Clerk, could you give us the voting screen, please? All those in favor, please show. Opposed as well. And that passes unanimously for those present. Okay. Thanks very much, everyone, for coming down. So our next item is culture, the fourth pillar of sustainability. And did you introduce this at Council, Councillor Barr, or Councillor Ball? Sorry. Do you want to do it now?
Yes, I don't have to stand up. How glorious. We'll get this mic on. You're on. Okay, let's come back. Thank you. I'm delighted to be able to introduce the motion, Culture, the fourth pillar of sustainability. And if we could just have quiet while we're going ahead. Thank you. I actually was very, very interested in this subject because I had not heard of UCLG until last summer when I was traveling through Europe, and the first person to mention it to me was a gentleman from Africa who was in a music conference that I was at in Norfolk in England, and he started to talk about Agenda 21. So he explained something to me, asked me why we weren't involved, and I went on to several other conferences that I was attending next across Europe. So this subject kept coming up, and I sort of kept bits and pieces of paper and put them away for future reference. And then came back into our wonderful Arts and Culture Policy Council to discover that we had a very active researcher and a number of people in our APCP who were very, very involved and looking at Culture 21 as being a possibility of a way for the City of Vancouver to look at culture as the fourth pillar of sustainability, or in the other terms that are used, to be a core part or an essential part of planning at the city. There are a number of different agencies out there working around the world trying to bring this idea of culture as a core or central part of a city. Most of them are professional arts organizations of one kind or another that are working internationally and also have looked at Culture 21 and found ways to adapt it for their own purposes. Canadian cities, and this is the Culture 21, my prop, this is the agenda, is quite a lengthy document, but it's very, very specific on the things that a city can do to work towards finding that centrality of culture. Now, in Canada alone, we have Montreal, Toronto, Quebec City, Nanaimo, Kelowna, New Westminster, Langley, Port Moody, and Nelson, who have all recognized culture as the fourth pillar of sustainability. There are a number of cities throughout the world. I'm certainly not going to list all of those, but they're easily found on UCLG's website. Our representative member is Councillor Louis, who's not in the room at the moment, but I know that he is certainly aware of our membership because it is through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. So our Arts and Culture Policy Council actually supports the objectives of the UCLG approved Agenda 21 policy statement and moved a motion to say that they supported the city investigating the Agenda 21. So this is a very simple motion which asks that the city request staff to investigate the opportunity for the city to participate in the United Cities and local governments leading cities cultural sustainability, capacity building, and learning program. And most importantly, to investigate the opportunity for the City of Vancouver to adopt the Agenda 21 policy statement, culture as the fourth pillar of sustainable development. Now, obviously, staff will take the time to be able to look at what is in the statement, to be able to see how it fits into Vancouver's plans, and it seems to be eminently adjustable. And there are so many versions of it in Canada where it is taken in. Sometimes it's called Agenda 21, sometimes it's called Agenda 14. It goes through all the numbers, really, but it does take it seriously. So I would just like to hope that Council today will recognize the amount of work that has been done by our really dedicated Arts and Council Policy Council and to be able to support the motion today. So thank you very much and onward.
Thank you. Councillor Deal.
Actually, you know what? I was going to speak after I'll speak after we've heard the speaker.
All right. Sorry. Yep, I really need to. So we had Charmin King here. I apologize. Charmin King, though, I think had to leave. Am I right? Yeah, okay. Melody Ma, I see is here. Ms. Ma.
Yep, I'm good. I'm just looking for the timer. Good afternoon, Council. I am a member of the Arts and Culture Policy Council and the lead proponent for this policy proposal. Today, I would like to speak in support of this motion for Council to direct staff to investigate this very important policy proposal for the opportunity for the City of Vancouver to adopt cultural sustainability. But first, I would like to define what culture means because I know that there might be different definitions that we all understand in the room. First, the word culture doesn't just mean the arts or creative expression or the creative economy. Secondly, it also just doesn't mean multiculturalism or ethnic diversity. In fact, culture is all of those and beyond those. Right? Culture is our heritage, our history, our identity, our value systems, our sense of place, and is manifested through the arts, language, creativity, and innovation. It's simply our humanity. We can live in a city that is green, prosperous, and socially safe, inclusive, and just, but a city without culture is a city without a soul. Secondly, some of you might argue that culture is already part of the Healthy City strategy, but if you look very closely outside of creative expression or the definition of the arts, the only mention of culture are in two places, horticulture and bike culture. The spot mention of culture, or completely lack thereof, is the same in other policies such as economic strategy and so on and so forth. We've actually done a study on this through the ACPC. Culture is so much more important than a footnote in our policies or an afterthought in City Hall or a definition in an appendix. What we need is a cohesive vision for culture in Vancouver and a coordinated approach to our cultural strategy. We're in luck because the UCLG has done this homework and has a framework where it looks at the intersection of culture in 9 domains that a local government is responsible for. You know, from cultural rights to heritage to arts and the economy, and 100 policy actions that they recommend. There is also an evaluation framework and process in which we can benchmark ourselves against the international community and collectively receive input and feedback from stakeholders in and out of City Hall. So what does a culture-friendly city look like? Like, what are the tactical policies that you might see? It could mean incorporating the arts into a consultation process or having forethought to incorporate art throughout the Arbutus corridor plans, right? It can mean implementing cultural vitality metrics in neighborhood planning or ensuring that city staff receives cultural competency training. It can mean establishing a sustainable funding framework for the arts organizations and community cultural organizations, and creating the conditions for vibrant neighborhoods like Chinatown or Japantown and Little Saicons, not just for Vancouverites, but for all tourists for cultural tourism purposes. Why should we take action right now and start the discovery process right now? There are 3 reasons. 1, we have a new incoming managing director for culture. Let's use this opportunity to be visionary and ambitious with our mandate for him or her. Secondly, we, as Councillor Deal have mentioned several times in the past, we need a new cultural strategy. We need a new arts plan. Let this be part of the discovery process, especially starting in the year of Canada's birthday. And third, as Councillor Ball has mentioned, this will put us on the same level as our peers in Montreal, New West, Toronto, Kelowna, Port Moody, and over 180 other cities around the world who have already recognized culture as a core part of sustainable development. Lastly, I do understand that there are some hesitations around the description of pillars of sustainability, but I mean, this is just simply a human construct that is internationally used. We can always make it our own and brand it our own as part of the discovery process. We shouldn't let semantics get in the way of this very important policy in city making. And I want to leave with you a story about the late Bing Tom, an architect that you might know.
So
yeah?
You're a bit over time, but you have questions. So
okay.
Do you want to put the story in the answers, or?
Sure. Or yeah. I'll keep it for another time, hopefully. Okay. So in conclusion, I urge Council to take this first step in becoming a leader in cultural sustainability.
Great, thank you. Did you have questions, Councillor Deal?
Sure.
Okay.
Well, Ms. Moth, thank you for your research on this. I really appreciate it. I love having good data behind information. I really appreciate you mentioning that there are ways other than pillars to think about this. And I was curious if you came across any other constructs than the pillar construct in your research.
Currently, no, just based on my research, most of it is branded towards pillars, especially because Agenda 21 has called it the pillars of sustainability. But I'm sure, you know, with all the heads in the room and beyond, we can come up with something that is more comfortable and suitable for the city of Vancouver.
Thank you. And when our new director is announced within days, I suspect, if not day, he or she, as you know, will be tasked very quickly to create a new approach and strategy for culture, because we have some technical approaches now, but as you say, we don't have that visionary approach that'll give us the kind of actual targets that we need so that we know what we're pointing at and where we're going. Would you like to see this be part of that consideration?
Yes, definitely. I would love, especially with the new managing director, that we set up on a good foot and take the first step in really becoming visionary in terms of our consideration of culture in this city, and for the arts and also beyond the arts for culture in its larger sense.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You have questions, Councillor Genova?
First of all, I would love to hear the story you were going to share with us about Big Tom. I had great admiration for him. Would you mind sharing that story?
Sure, I can. So just several months ago, he and I were talking, and one time he turned to me and he said, "Melody, finally I understand all my life work, what I've been doing, trying to connect people in my places, connect people to their environment, and you've summed it up in 2 words, cultural sustainability." So I thought that was just very thoughtful.
Thank you very much. Also, in sort of looking at some of the other large cities, and I mean, I'm always a little bit jealous of Montreal, especially in the way that they celebrate culture and the arts, and that's why I was more than happy to second this motion when Councillor Ball brought it forward. But I'm also wondering, sort of in looking at, more than vibrant communities, do you feel that this could actually have an impact on our local economy, including culture as a pillar, and always looking at that as a part of our sustainability?
Definitely. I mean, they say when you invest $1 into the arts, or even to create a culturally vibrant neighborhood outside of the definition of the arts, returns manyfold over. In Montreal, there's actually a great case study about Tahoe. I might be pronouncing it improperly. It used to be a quarry and then a landfill. And the city, along with Cirque du Soleil, decided to rejuvenate that area, and now it is a city of circus. And that was actually brought up by a councillor from Montreal that I had a conversation with, who led this charge within the city of Montreal and was the international chair for Agenda 21.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And my last question would just be sort of, and you're very knowledgeable on this, so thank you very much for sharing your knowledge with me. I'm wondering, sort of in moving forward also, do you think that this may help identify cultural hubs, or I'm sure I'm not using the proper terminology. Councillor Ball will say it much more eloquently than me, but for instance, even yesterday, we heard from speakers from neighborhood houses, from areas that perhaps aren't the theater, aren't considered traditionally a hub for arts and culture. Do you think that this would help us to identify where people celebrate their cultures and kind of can come together?
Definitely. I mean, that is one very important aspect, especially community hubs for the arts and cultural community and cultural communities at large. It is one or several of the 9 different domains that the UCLG offers, and we can, through the discovery process, we can investigate on how we can manifest that within City Hall here.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Ball.
Thank you very much for all the work you have done on this. One of the things I wanted to mention was the work that you did and that I was aware of. When the APCP came together, it generated a whole lot of conversation. And every time I mention this to anybody, they want to talk about it. And did you find that that was a real generator of ideas, just being able to imagine what this means to a community?
Oh, definitely. ACPC unanimously supported this. In fact, I think, unanimously supported it twice because of an amendment. There have been members who have said, like, out of all the last 4 or 5 years they've been on the council, this is one policy that they have been truly excited about. And it's also beyond the ACPC too. I mean, today here sitting there is Kevin from the Hua Foundation. He's been a great supporter of this policy proposal. Yesterday, Trish Kelly from Metro News found this motion without any of us alerting alerting, and she wrote a piece saying that, you know, the city should definitely consider this. So in and out of City Hall, and even with staff, we've had great reception. So I really hope that we can take the first step to investigating how we can adopt it in the future.
Thank you so much for coming in today. Really appreciate it. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Ma. That's all your questions. I don't see any further speakers. I see Councillor Deal on the
To the
queue.
motion. Yeah, I just wanted to speak to the motion, support the motion. It's something that, technicality, was going to be sent to staff anyway because it was motion passed by the ACPC, and we're working on how those are managed. But in the meantime, there's no harm us adding our voice to that, especially as we bring in our new managing director of culture very soon. I actually wanted to give credit to city departments for already moving in this direction. We have an artist in residence in our sustainability department. There is an artist on the urban design panel. The engineering department has not only brought a creative thinker in to do seminars with their staff, but they've there's a new senior staff person within engineering whose job is the public realm, including the creativity and public art sides of that. So we're on that road already, and I think this will help to raise the profile of finding ways to incorporate arts and culture. And in fact, as I often refer to it, creative thinking, because it isn't, as Ms. Moss said, it's not a decorative flourish. It's the kind of creative thinking we're going to need in every department throughout the city to continue to approach challenges with new ways of thinking. So I think it's very important for us to see this as part of the DNA of everything that we do here at the city. And I'm really looking forward to we miss our old managing director. I'm looking forward to our new managing director come in and have this already on their desk as part of their ongoing and emerging work as they become the new the head of culture for the city of Vancouver.
You, Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you very much. I would first of all like to speak, well, of course I'm speaking in favor, I'm seconding the motion, but I'd like to thank Councillor Ball for bringing this forward. I think that regardless of if staff had already started looking at this, I understand, and I thank Councillor Deal for giving credit to staff, but I'd also like to give credit to Councillor Ball. Here we have an artist who we're lucky enough to have sitting on our own council, you know, and I just actually yesterday ran into someone who said that, and she didn't know me, but when she found out I was city councilor, she said, Councillor Elizabeth Ball, she, you know, she's like the ambassador on city council for culture. This is one person. But in moving forward, and as Councillor Affleck said yesterday, when Councillor Ball has something to say about arts and culture, I listen. And certainly I think that this is very important. It's important that we include this in our sustainability strategy here at the city. And I think that we see that when we see the neighborhood houses all the way to the sort of more professional, I would say, organizations or institutions that foster that lifelong goal for some people who decide to make that their career. That being said, I think that it's important to make sure that it's formally in our policy here, and that we follow other great cities. That being said, I appreciate the comments of Ms. Ma, the speaker, as well. I mean, I learned a lot from her, and I especially appreciated the comment on making this Vancouver's own. So thank you, Councillor Ball, for bringing this forward. I'm more than happy to support it, and looking forward to moving forward with our fourth pillar. It's always good to have 4 pillars.
Also, Greek temples have more than 4. Anyway, Councillor Ball.
I can close.
You want to go to the bottom?
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Reimer.
Thank you, Chairperson. I had 2 very brief comments just because I'm reminded by one of the councillors who's not in the chamber that silence is consent, and I didn't want to not give a voice to, so I mean, I definitely support the motion, but I do have a dissenting viewpoint on the four pillar concept. I'm sure 4 pillars are great. I think that the language of pillars of sustainability is both dated and inaccessible by many communities, and I appreciate that in certain communities, particularly university educated ones, it's a very common terminology. I would hope that we expand beyond that as we do this investigation to something that, and that brings me to the second point I wanted to make. I find that we use the word art and culture quite interchangeably at this council table. I don't think that, let me rephrase that. I will hope that through this investigation and supporting this, that over time it evolves into something that's a lot broader in terms of the interpretation of culture. I would hope that as human beings, we're all ambassadors of culture, because the true definition of culture would suggest that all of us are bringing an understanding and a breadth of culture to the table. And my hope for the city's cultural policies is that they allow the humans in our city to do that with each other, regardless of their status as a professional or practicing artist. So I'll look forward to seeing that evolve.
Okay, Councillor Ball, wind up here.
Thank you very much. I brought this to council because I feel that this council is very supportive of the arts. And I think that it's important that we support the groups that have worked so long and so hard for the citizens of Vancouver. I think art is for all of us at all periods and all ages of our lives. Some of us may go on to become professional artists and spend our lives enjoying working in the arts and enjoying that profession. But the rest of us want to enjoy art at all times, and it's in every aspect of our lives. So I think that arts and culture together at the central core of our city makes a better city. And I appreciate everyone in the room who's spoken. I appreciate our speakers who've come in and waited so long. And I do know that looking at the arts as a central core and part of the central core of the city is, I think, something that Vancouver can get behind. So with that, I thank you all, and I look forward to the vote.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you take us to the voting screen? All those in favor, please show. We've got Councillor Louis not present, Councillor Chang not present. Okay, it passes unanimously of those present. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming, you folks. Action to speed refugee arrivals. It's a motion that I put on the table yesterday. I'll speak very briefly, but we have a speaker here who will more than fill it in, I think. I think we're all aware of the enormous mobilization that occurred last year, especially in the community, where hundreds of community organizations were formed spontaneously, really, to try to welcome refugees and support them to come here to Canada. And thousands did so, and over the last week, some of us had the opportunity to meet some of them at Welcome House, where there was a news conference, and some other events that have marked that first anniversary, which is a real milestone for those who came, although new challenges are emerging now that their government support is ending in some respects. But there are people out there who set up the sponsorship team, are ready to go, identified housing in this incredible housing market, and have yet to see their new guests arrive. And the purpose of this motion is quite straightforward, is to encourage the federal government to step up its efforts to bring those folks here. And there's been some reaction in Ottawa in the last couple of days as people across Canada have been raising this cry. So I'll just put it at that. I think it's quite straightforward. And we have one speaker registered as Kathleen McKinnon. So Ms. McKinnon, if you'd like to go to the mic, we'll be happy to hear from you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for taking the time to listen to this plea. I saw how busy your agenda was today and varied, and I do appreciate, as we're approaching the holiday season, that you've taken time to do this. It's become a bit of an urgent matter for us as we approach winter. Our family has been identified by the government in a year ago to this, almost to the date. They're a family of 4. They live in northern Iraq in a refugee camp there, the Gaiwan camp. They live in a tent. It'll be their second winter there now. It's approaching, it's kind of like weather here there now, so you can imagine what it would be like in a tent. They're both English teachers, the family that we're sponsoring, and I wanted to just say that I am here representing Falls Creek South Neighborhood Association Refugee Sponsorship Committee, but I'm also representing other private sponsorship groups in the Lower Mainland, including Or Shalom, Temple Shalom, North Shore Refugee Initiative, Shaughnessy Heights United. We are all in the same predicament, pretty much. As Councillor Meggs mentioned, once the family was identified, we gathered $35,000, which was actually the easiest part of the task. We gathered furniture, clothing, household goods, and so on, and found a sublet in a co-op in the creek that we could afford. And because the news reports at about this time and into January last year were imminent arrivals, within 48 hours some of the families were arriving, we rented the accommodation as of January 31st. And then we waited, and our family did not arrive, and we met with Minister McCallum personally, and he said he was working on it, and there were people in Iraq who were doing the interviewing. But nothing has happened to date. The people who were reassigned from Ottawa to do the interviewing were brought back to Canada after the 25,000 number was reached. About 2/3 of those were government sponsored. So we were in a bit of a dilemma because we had housing, we were paying for the housing, and we had heard that there were government sponsored families living in motels in the downtown area. So we approached ISS, Immigration Services, and Mosaic, and told them that we could take a government-sponsored family into this housing because it looked like we were going to be waiting quite a while. So we have done that, and happily done that. We have kind of adopted our second family, we consider them. Mom and dad, a little girl of 2.5, and they've just had a baby 3 weeks ago now. So it's a Canadian baby. And meanwhile, we're still waiting. We have heard that it may not be till September now. The timeline keeps moving forward. So we're approaching the year mark, as I said, when we were told that the family was coming. This is a private sponsorship, which means it is no cost to the government. The government does pay the initial flight over, but it is a loan, so it's paid back. We've raised the money. We have the support group. We have 70 volunteers who've been helping this government-sponsored family and who are eager to help the new family as well. It's a little ironic because right at this moment, as we speak, Mr. McCallum is hosting a 3-day conference called Extraordinary Initiative, and there are 90 international delegates who have come to Canada to learn about our private sponsorship program because it's lauded throughout the world. It's unique. So just in passing this motion, we're asking that you pass the motion to urge the government to speed up the process to get our family here as promised late 2016, early 2017. And that would be this is a motion that is going to be presented to city councils across the country where refugee private sponsorships are waiting as well for families. So that's generally the plea. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You got questions from Councillor Genova? Just advance the queue there. There we go.
Thank you very much, and thank you for waiting today to speak. First of all, I just really quickly like to say thank you for doing this and for making the effort. And I appreciate Councillor Meggs bringing this forward. I did have a question that came up because I was at an event. I was trying to recall the name of the event, but there was a forum for people to talk about housing, and someone else who had worked with and had helped to sponsor Syrian refugees who had come to Vancouver who weren't comfortable living here because of the affordability. So they chose to move somewhere else in Canada. I believe it was Calgary. I'm just wondering, sort of, can you walk me through the transition period after sponsorship, what that might look like? And I'm not an expert in this. I know a little bit, but you would know it better than anyone because you researched this.
Sure. Well, our neighborhood association, our sponsorship group would be responsible for the family for a year, for all of their expenses for a year. I'll give you the experience we've had with the government the government-sponsored family that we're supporting right now. The man in the family has 2 jobs now. He's got, because it's a private sponsorship, we've been able to lead him to contacts. He's got a full-time job on Granville Island and a part-time job at Spruce Harbor Marina. So he receives no government support anymore because he's making above the amount that they're allowed to make. So he's totally, that family is economically independent right now. And so we're hoping, we've got 2 educated parents coming with 2 little girls, mind you, but that we'll be able to help them get some employment and so on. But meanwhile, it's our responsibility for the year to look after them.
Thank you to you and the neighborhood house. Appreciate that information.
Thank you.
Thanks, Constitutional. I don't see any further questions, so I'll just make a few concluding comments of my own. I mean, this council's always been extremely united and forward-thinking when it comes to supporting newcomers to the city, and especially since the Syrian refugee crisis. At the Immigrant Settlement Services of BC, which the city's partnered with, they've been very, very successful and done an analysis that is very close to what Ms. McKinnon has just reported in terms of the success of last year's arrivals. 17% have found work, 65% are actively looking for work. For the remainder, the problem is often that they can't get into English language training. So after having this enormous increase of people here, we can see that the success is quite in hand, and it's going well. But it's a big disappointment that people who were expecting to come and groups expecting to welcome them still haven't been linked up. So this motion is part of a national effort, as I understand it, to try to get the government engaged back in this area. So I think we're ready to vote. If we just go to the voting screen, please. Please indicate. And that passes unanimously. Thanks for your patience and good luck. Okay, our last item is update on special events policy. I was advised that was a mix-up in the clerk's office, and we had a speaker signed up whose name didn't get through to me, but I'm prepared to hear that speaker because others have dropped off. It won't take any more time. And the speaker's Mr. Paul Clark from the Metro Vancouver Alliance. So that's the organization that brought this matter during the election to the attention of all of the parties, and I think that's appropriate. He's the only speaker. So, Councillor Deal, do you want to introduce this further? And
I'll make it a very quick introduction. It's a long day, and I think this is fairly straightforward. Although it's a long and complicated motion because it seeks to address several issues, a broad scale of types of activities in the city. We know that special events from block parties to New Year's Eve are extremely important to the citizens of Vancouver, and we currently don't have any policies in place that actually encourage and enable them. For the larger events anyway, when somebody comes to City Hall with an idea, whether it be Lumiere or New Year's Eve or the Mural Fest, we immediately tell them that's a great idea, and here are all the rules, regulations, fees, et cetera, that forms you'll have to fill out. Staff will be very helpful to people in doing all of that work, but it's become apparent to me over the years that we also need a role of enabling. In addition, the Metro Vancouver Alliance has come to us with concerns around the ease and the challenges around having smaller events. And Councillor Reimer's done a good deal of work on that side of things. And indeed, we got a letter today from Charles Gauthier talking about events that don't necessarily fit community event or destination event descriptors. And I would say that should this motion pass, that it will give staff that direction to come up with a appropriate list of the types of activities that we have in the city, how to best take down the barriers to them, enable them, and in fact encourage and perhaps attract new ones. So I'll leave it at that, and we'll hear from the speakers and other councillors who wish to speak.
Thanks very much. So, Mr. Clark, you're up.
Thank you. Am I on? Really appreciate it. Lucky 13 I am, and again, it's been a long day for you guys, and I really appreciate the time. It's great to follow the speakers that we just had before, in particular the cultural vibrant communities and cultural sustainability. We believe that this is an important motion behind that. My name is Paul Clark. I have the honor of representing Metro Vancouver Alliance, and which is composed of over 50 organizations, faith, labor, and community organizations representing hundreds of thousands of people in the city. we determined that the number one issue is social isolation back in early 2014. And I know you guys know this, but I'll repeat it just for the facts that 2014 report by Vancouver Foundation reported that up to 25% or 1 in 4 reported that they were socially isolated, disconnected from their community, and did not feel a part of the community. Incredible number. And the obvious links to from isolation to depression. Over 50,000 people in this city are diagnosed as depressed. Suicide in the year that I looked at it, I think it was 2014, was over 500. That's 10 times the number of homicides. Loneliness is a major determinant of health for all of us, particularly seniors. Isolation is the main factor in drug addiction and ability to recover. Amazing study, particularly actually done by a local prof, but implemented in Portugal and demonstrated actually from the Vietnam War. I could give you that story if you want. So, and it's a large impact, obviously, on all the things that you guys care about, democratic participation, and the major issues that we're facing, like transit, housing, and poverty, which are also issues that MVA have identified as major issues. In order to get people behind these things, you need to have them feel a sense of the community. Just because they don't use transit doesn't mean that the transit initiative wasn't important. So I have an amazing quote I just got from a friend of mine. He said, "I thought of you, Paul, when I heard this quote." Thomas Friedman just wrote a book called "Thank You for Being Late." And I don't know if you heard that. Anyone read that book? I haven't. He just told it. The Surgeon General, he spoke to the Surgeon General Murphy at the U.S. Surgeon General and asked, "What is the biggest disease in America today?" Without hesitation, he answered, "It's not cancer, it's not heart disease, it's social isolation." It is the pronounced isolation that so many people are experiencing that is the great pathology of today. I mean, it's the way I feel, and I know lots of others feel that way. And I know you know most of that. It's a different angle as far as the event permitting situation. We did research as a social inclusion committee that came to the conclusion that it's going to take the efforts of many individuals and groups to change this, and that our first priority was to remove barriers for those creative and concerned citizens to put on events that suit their community. In particular, we believe that these events should be nonprofit and inclusive. And again, we're talking about the smaller end of the spectrum, where individuals who don't have large organizations behind them, hope you can hear me, have the ability, the encouragement to just, without a bunch of difficult hurdles, to just get to it. And I've got a quote here, a little letter from Jim Balkashun, who is, I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, from the Gordon Neighborhood House, and he just wrote a little update for me. He says, "Many neighborhood project leaders face barriers to hosting events in their community. These include the lengthy process, the long timelines to receive a permit, expensive fee, and believe it or not, $100 is an expensive fee. We often view it from our own perspective, and I have had people say that they don't go to the library because they have late fees. They won't actually use a public space because of their late fees. So $100 for groups not always able to raise the money. One particular, so it's a specific example, a project leader that got a neighborhood small grant was aiming to host an event in the park with 10 easels where participants could meet new people and draw portraits of each other. After sourcing donated easels, arranging volunteers, supplies, and transportation, the permitting process was so onerous and expensive that he was forced to cancel the event.
You're at your time, Mr. Clark.
Oh, sorry.
I have some questions. I thought for a moment you said 10 diesels, and so I was relieved to hear that it was a cultural project. You have a question from Councillor Reimer. Oh, you weren't questioning? Okay. So maybe just conclude your remarks.
Thank you. So we had the mayoralty election. There was a promise of making this a priority. Councillor Reimer has met with us several times to hear our concerns and work with city staff to propose ideas and fulfill the commitment made. We appreciate those efforts. and you came here to show our support. The motion before you is a step towards that goal, and I urge you to vote yes. Let's unleash the power, the potential, energy, and talent of our Vancouver citizens to make our city known for its heart and warmth to match its unparalleled beauty. Thank you.
Well, excuse me, much of what you had to say. But something you mentioned right near the end was that some people are not using libraries because of the late fees. Is there, sorry?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is that right? Is that?
That's correct, yeah.
I'm on the library board, or I'm the liaison to the library board.
Yeah.
Here. Is there information on that? I had never heard that personally, and I might be just in an igloo here, but.
Okay. It was an isolated, it's not necessarily isolated, I was referring to that as the, to show you that the barriers can be awfully small. I don't want to get off into libraries, but I can give you two small facts. Just an individual who's a single mom and the child actually, or the grown woman at this point, when she was a child, remembers not being able to go to the library here in Vancouver because of that. That's one incident. And yesterday I actually spoke to the library, a person in the library mentioned it to her, and she said, oh, if someone can't pay, we usually let them off the hook. And I said, the problem here is it's pride, right?
Yeah.
If you go into a place and say, I can't pay $2.50,
yeah.
That's hard. So I don't want to distract things.
Well,
but
no, that's helpful. I'll look further into that because I think that could very well be a barrier that I hadn't thought of before.
Yeah, it's amazing.
The other is to say that I think people are just beginning to realize the issue of isolation and loneliness that accompanies, and therefore depression and addiction. And you might be able to pull yourself out of addiction, but then you go back in the same context, and you're, But this time of the year is particularly difficult. Christmas time is a very difficult time for a lot of people because it's such a special time, memories of childhood and all that kind of thing. So do you know if anyone is, other than kind of faith groups, that are dealing with this specifically at this time, this kind of issue right now with people who are?
That's not my expertise, but sure, I know, I mean, almost everyone takes an extra approach to this during the winter season. The ability for seniors in particular to get out at this time is very difficult. Just the fact that you feel more locked into your home. That's a Canadian problem, right? In particular, Vancouver though has an isolation problem that goes beyond the sort of weather, technology, common ground that all communities have, and that's what I'm really trying to address. And I think the two previous speaker, I can't remember her name, Ms. Ma, mentioned was that there is a huge component of vibrant cities that have a really easy way, I'm not sure if that's the right word, to put on events and encourage those events so that people who may not have a neighborhood or a friend can just show up and feel like they're included and know that it's not a little cliquey event or a expensive event or a inaccessible event in some way. So regardless of the time of year, we need more of that. And you're right, winter.
Well, I think it's really helpful to use, or at least I find it helpful to use the word disease. I've never used the word disease in conjunction with this, but that really is helpful because it's precisely that, and if more people thought about it in those terms, maybe we would get a little further.
Yeah, it was amazing timing. A hockey player, a friend of mine, I went to hockey last night and the guy said, I thought of you. And he gave me this quote. He had no idea I was speaking with you today. And he used the word pathology, right? It just really brings home the seriousness of this issue.
Well, our society really has a huge issue with this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers, are we ready for a vote? That's all your... Oh. Boy, a moment ago, there was nothing left. Okay. Questions?
I
for
didn't
staff?
want the
All right.
speaker to think I had a question for.
All right.
I'm
All right.
not that you didn't you covered everything so well. I have no question.
All right.
I
Thanks,
just
Mr.
did
Clark.
have a question for staff.
All right. By all means.
Thank you very much. I'm wondering, as we update the special events policy, I understand that there have also been some unsanctioned events that have taken place in the city that unfortunately draw on the resources of the city and thus force us to charge higher fees, I would guess, overall. And some of those events do require police resources. They require cleanup afterwards. And I know that recently there has been one in Grandview Park. I'm just wondering if staff could comment on if this policy at all addresses ways to mitigate that, because what I had heard from the public and nonprofit organizations, even our nonprofit organizations pay small fees, and for-profit organizations pay larger fees to host events, and they have to go through a very rigorous application process to do so, with going through safety, transportation plans, cleanup, food safe, and these unsanctioned events, in a sense, do get free services as we have to respond. I understand that we have to weigh safety, but I'm wondering if staff can comment on how that's addressed in the new policy. Thank you.
Mr. Clark, you can sit down if you like. There's no further questions for you.
Actually, you're doing so well, maybe you could cover that one too. To be honest, we haven't developed a policy yet. I think we'll get the direction today, and we'll go back and come back with some recommendations. I think this is pretty broad. The way that I'm interpreting this is that we're getting some direction to go back and look at special events across the city and come back with the framework. And so usually those unsanctioned events are more of a VPD involvement, less of an organized special event. It's usually mitigating the negative impacts. But I think what we'll do is we're going to look at this because it is pretty broad, and we'll come back to council with a bit of a framework, and we'll define it iteratively.
A follow-up question, just for clarification, is this will, as the policy is framed and moves forward, will give us the opportunity to consider that as well, because although it may only draw on resources from VPD, it draws on resources from the budget as a whole, and also requires cleanup park staff often across the board. I think it and it sends a message to those other events that do follow the rules that that in a sense it seems unfair. So I'm just asking if there's a possibility in moving forward with the policy to consider different ways of mitigating those unsanctioned events.
At this point, I'm not in a position to speak to what would be included and not included. I'd like to really go through this with staff once council, if council approves it, and then we'll come back. As you know, we really struggle with unsanctioned events. And they are a burden on a community, and they are a burden on our resources. But I'd like to review this, and if they're not covered here, we can have a conversation about them in a different context. But absolutely happy to take that into account.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. You sort of threw it open to proceeding to a vote. I don't have questions for staff, but I do have comments to this report in advance of voting. Is that appropriate?
That's absolutely appropriate.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Do you have questions, Councillor Reimer? Okay.
Great. Thank you.
All right.
So may I first just thank Mr. Clark for staying and others with him. Your last official speaker for 2016 for council, and it's great it's on an issue that really does pertain to the health and well-being of people within our city. I want to also thank the DVBIA, the Downtown Vancouver Business Improvement Association, for its submission on this. And in my comments, want to note that I think they've raised a good point, which is sometimes the line between something that might be called a destination special event and a community special event is unclear. And I just encourage our staff as we move forward with policy to recognize that. And the point that he makes, which is sometimes it can be a destination special event that's being supported by a neighborhood community-based group or a nonprofit society, and the degree to which they need support to proceed. Maybe they can't access, as he points out, some of the larger corporate sponsors. So there's a need to be sensitive in the city about how we would support those organizations for doing potentially a larger and frequently repeated event, like on an annual basis, that is not independent in terms of financial resources that we might associate with a destination type event. So I just would like to see, Mr. City Manager, that we pay attention to those concerns and the needs to address the possibility of those community groups leading at that level. At the level of a destination event. I also just want to point out that I certainly have had issues that have come up for me as a counselor, where people have come to me and asked for my support because they are doing community events to exactly tackle the issues of isolation and the feelings of loneliness at their neighborhood level. And they've been so successful that they've grown to the point where all of a sudden they've had to cancel and can't put it on because they've reached this breaking point where above a certain number, they have to all of a sudden pay a much larger fee, they have to have policing, they have their road shut down, all these kinds of things that they are barriers to the continuation and even an expansion of a highly successful community event. So I really hope our staff pay attention to those issues too and think about what makes sense at the community level in terms of who's sponsoring it, for what purpose, and we need to be more flexible around the sort of breaking point in terms of number of people attending. A block party, what happens when it's so successful and the next door block wants to join in? That can't happen without changing the fees and all of the permitting that goes on. So I really think that we need to allow 2 blocks to get together if they like, or 3, and not have to face those particular barriers. And I'm really certainly hoping that as we move forward, that we will continue on with some very successful granting programs that we've participated in through our Greener City initiative and the Vancouver Foundation to really support those kinds of local parties. I know we've got those in place for next year again, but those kinds of grants, I think, make a huge difference in enabling our communities to put on inspiring local events that bring people together and really do combat the issues that have been raised by our speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Reimer.
Thanks, Chairperson. I appreciate the lateness of the hour and the longness of the days, but I did want to say a few brief comments after 2 years of work on this, and specifically around the destination events are not my portfolio, but to speak to sections 1, 3, 4, and 5 of the motion, which are specifically related to a commitment that all of us made in the last election to the Metro Vancouver Alliance. We made 4 commitments, 3 of which have come through council, and this is the 4th to come through. And I hope you're all happy to know that I've been trying to work on it on your behalf over those last 2 years to make sure that we came good on that commitment. And it really, under other circumstances, I might sort of dive into all the things I've learned over the last 2 years, but I think Councillor Carr and Councillor Deal and Councillor DiGenova have at least brought up the greatest hits of the challenges of events, which range from why people have unsanctioned events to why people just give up on having an event to the challenges of new events that are coming into the city, trying to discern whether they're a community-led destination event or a destination community. There's a lot of issues around events. I have come to believe that the key issue really is around these definitions and how we sort of, when you're looking at the spectrum of event, how you draw those lines. I think that the breadth and depth of experience in the community is quite three-dimensional. I don't think it's so simple as a spectrum that starts with, maybe the celebration of light at one end and a small block party at the other, because we have different capacities, experiences, nonprofit, faith, communities, looking at park streets and other things. So I do think this is a quite significant body of work. I'm very pleased with particularly item 5, which allows for some work to speed up and happen quicker so that we can learn as we go. It has been 12 years since Council first passed the special events policy. I think Councillors Louie and Stevenson are the only people remaining from that council that passed that. Great foresight, but obviously we've learned a lot since then, and I think this motion allows staff to really incorporate that learning in a way that supports the kinds of social interactions and socially connected communities that everyone is speaking to as being beneficial.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Deal.
Yep, just a few more comments to close. Thank you for your input, everybody. And so to say, I've already gotten an email from somebody else in staff saying that they have ideas. So so it's an exciting idea, and it'll involve engineering, it'll involve cultural services, it'll involve sport hosting, it'll involve community services. And I really look forward to it. And I just want to acknowledge, I know that staff have already been working on decreasing barriers and making it easier, and this just gives them that policy direction to do so, and the new policy direction of encouraging and enabling events to come into the city as opposed to responding to applications. So very pleased. We've got a lot of expertise. The live sites during the Olympics was kind of a big bump up for us. Vancouver's 125th birthday was a big bump up for us, and then next year, starting in a few short weeks, the Vancouver's 150 events, again, showing one new type of events that we're getting very good at here in the city. So looking forward to the new policies, and pleased to take us to the vote, hopefully.
Okay, could you
That's your job, not mine.
voting screen there, please, Madam Clerk? Please show. Yep. Okay, it passes unanimously.
Okay, we're going to convene in regular council now to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's Standing Committee on City Finances and Services. And we have some other items on the agenda. So, Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Robertson in the chair. Councillor Louie. Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Deal. Councillor Jang. Councillor Reimer. Councillor Meggs. Councillor Ball. Councillor Carr. Councillor Affleck. Councillor DeGenova. You have quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Madam Clerk. And we need first a motion to adopt the committee's recommendations. Mover and a seconder for that. Seconded by Councillor DeGenova. And all those in favor of the adopting the committee's recommendations? Any opposed? That carries unanimously. And we will move on to two items, unfinished business that we have that come from our public hearing held last night. We have two items that were referred to today for decision, and some discussion and debate prior to that is likely. So the first of those is unfinished business. One is text amendment on 4066 MacDonald Street, 2785 Alamein Avenue. And we will start maybe hearing from staff with some quick responses to the questions that were sent on email following the public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Zach Bennett, rezoning planner, Vancouver South. As noted, following public hearing, a number of questions were sent to staff via email. As some of the questions from council address similar concerns, they have been combined where possible in the interest of brevity. The first question council asked was regarding the provision of visitor parking and the impact on the surrounding street parking, as well as whether a resident-only parking zone could be implemented in this neighborhood. Staff note that the rezoning application proposes 15 residential parking spaces for 8 units, which is anticipated to meet the parking requirements for residents. Engineering staff have indicated that visitor parking is anticipated to be accommodated on-street without an issue. Additionally, engineering staff noted that while the city no longer implements residents-only parking zones, staff can consider creating resident permit zones when requested and supported by neighborhood residents. The second question from council to staff was about the proposed unit mix for the application. The applicant is proposing that all 8 units be 3-bedroom units, and condition B4 within the Appendix B of the report is included to ensure that the proposed unit mix is maintained during the development permit process. Additionally, Council had asked staff to confirm the maximum height being sought for approval and whether that maximum height is the result of a peaked roof line. Staff has put forth recommendation for a maximum building height of 37 feet in condition B1. This was a response based on community input received during the application process with regard to the original proposed height of 46 feet and ensuing concerns from the community that were raised, including shading and privacy. In order to accommodate this 9-foot height reduction, the roof form will switch from a pitched roof form to a flat roof form. Condition B2 also prescribes design development to this building to ensure compatibility with surrounding neighborhood character. Council had also asked questions regarding the proposed duplex form. With specific regard to a fuller explanation of condition B3, the proposed impacts of that recommendation on the built form, and the typical building depth for duplexes in Vancouver. Condition B3 requires a reduction in depth of the duplex building, in part through deletion of a 6-foot deep rear balcony. There's also a reduction in the maximum height of the duplex to match the neighboring RS1 zone maximum as part of that condition. The condition additionally seeks exploration of options to more fully contain the upper story of the duplex within the roof form. The condition intends to protect the privacy for adjacent neighbors by requiring a privacy screen at the eastern side of the remaining deck of the duplex to reduce overlook, a design detail typically sought at the development permit stage when this concern arises. The proposed depth of the duplex is similar to what is permitted in duplex zones across the city. The application before Council today is proposing a duplex with less building depth than the duplex at the Mackenzie Green development at 33rd and Mackenzie, also in the Arcs neighborhood. Council had asked staff if there were other mitigating issues to reduce noise impacts from the parking ramp. As noted in the applicant comments yesterday, the applicant has agreed to further recess the parkade gate to reduce noise impacts from the neighboring sites. Additionally, staff have included condition B9 requiring a landscape buffer with vegetation between the parkade ramp and the eastern neighbor to further mitigate parking ramp impacts. Finally, Council also asked staff if an analysis of the environmental contamination on the site has been conducted. For this rezoning application, the analysis of environmental conditions is addressed in condition C6. This condition requires the applicant to submit a site profile and, if necessary, handle remediation arrangements for the site. Certificates of compliance issued by the Ministry of Environment will be required prior to construction and occupancy. In summary, staff would reiterate that the application is supportable under the ARC's community vision and recommend that the application be approved subject to the conditions outlined in the report, and feel that the conditions reflect and respond to concerns raised by the community during the application process. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the responses to the questions on a short time frame from late last night to today. And we are going to go to Councillor Louie for next steps.
I'm prepared to move the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and a seconder.
And I'll keep my comments brief, as I think staff have very effectively answered the questions that were raised during the public hearing itself. Certainly much was said during the public hearing, but given that we have a broad range of support, including I think most importantly, the ARC's community supporting the development. I think it's would be fair to say that staff have done their jobs and the applicants done their job in terms of finding, I think, the best solution to a a complicated situation. So happy to support.
Thank you, Councillor Louie. Councillor Carr to the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. First of all, let me thank staff for responding to my questions. I really appreciate the detail and the response, and it certainly gives me comfort level to support this application. I'm also supporting it because, as Councillor Louie said, to have the Arbutus Ridge Carousdale Shaughnessy local vision committee come out and support is meaningful. There were a number of people, in fact, every speaker that came, which I very much appreciate them coming, every speaker that came spoke in favor, although some had some conditions and concerns. Every single one of those conditions and concerns was a subject that, of a question that I sent to staff, and the responses are that those concerns have all been met with conditions of approval. So everything from the height to the setback of the, the depth of the duplex to the oversight, the mitigation to the greenery, or the vegetation in the parking ramp. These were issues raised. And I'm so happy to see the responsiveness in our conditions of approval that really take into consideration those very specific concerns raised by residents. So for those reasons, very happy to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor DiGenova.
Hi there. I also wanted to voice my support for this. I think that it's difficult when you hear from speakers who perhaps aren't completely supportive of new plan or vision for their community. That being said, I do believe in multifamily housing. I think that it's very important that we move forward with that in the city of Vancouver, and what we've heard is that there's not enough of that. There certainly is not enough supply to meet the demand, especially when we look at affordable housing options. I know that one of those options that we have heard about time and time again is townhomes, row homes, detached or attached. So for those reasons, I see the benefits of this project outweighing some of the concerns in what it's going to be able to provide for the community. So for that reason, I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Okay, I've got no further speakers on this, so we're ready to go to a vote. And council can vote on screen now on the motion moving the recommendations from Councillor Louis. And Councillor Ball will not be voting, as she was not at the public hearing last night. And Councillor Stevenson needs an assist. Okay, we have 10 votes, all in favor, unanimous support for the rezoning or the text amendment, I should say. And that motion carries, so that we've completed unfinished business number 1. Thanks to staff, thanks to the applicants and all the neighbors who helped to make that project what it is coming through council today. And we are on to our next piece of unfinished business. Number 2 is the rezoning for 5050 to 5080 Joyce Street. And Kent Monroe is here to respond to questions from last night's public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We had a number of questions as well, and I'll go through those quickly. The first one was a request for further information about the number of proposed parking spaces relative to the number of family units that are proposed in the building. As part of the application review process, the applicant reviewed vehicle ownership in 12 buildings in the area based on ICBC data. This study found that for buildings that are within a 3-minute walk of a transit station, the actual vehicle ownership rate on average is 30% lower than the parking bylaw requirements. So in an effort to better match the parking supply and demand and to support affordable housing in this neighborhood, at a site that is directly adjacent to the transit hub, staff are supportive of the reduced parking requirement, and that requirement is reflected in the CD1 bylaw that is before you. The second question is, what is the city doing to assess noise impacts related to SkyTrain and its potential impacts on health, especially children? The city's work on a review of acoustical requirements in new developments is well underway at this time. A professional consultant has been hired and is doing work that which addresses acoustical matters for all sites that are exposed to regular individual noise events. So SkyTrain is a very obvious example of that. The new and evolving standards will be based on noise level criteria that are established by CMHC and the World Health Organization, and those reflect current international best practices. So, for example, nighttime decibel levels inside bedrooms in the building will be limited to 45 decibels. Staff expect to report out to Council with the proposed new acoustical requirements in the spring of 2017. Notwithstanding that work that's still to come before you, this rezoning application, as I mentioned last night, will be required to adhere to those new and as yet not finalized requirements. The requirement is set out right in the new CD1 bylaw that's before you. It's in section 8.1 and 8.2, and it's also noted as a development permit condition in Appendix B of the report, which is condition B7. Also on the matter of noise, we were asked about the specific issue of noise that emanates from the SkyTrain tracks. Staff have been liaising with TransLink since referral of this matter, or this item, to bring this matter to their attention and to have it addressed. TransLink has indicated that there's a switch that's located about 500 meters to the east of the station, and that they are going to go out and, quote, grind down the switch before the end of the year. They believe that will help alleviate the problem. Third question was, is it possible in the context of this rezoning application to pursue a memo of understanding relating to operating funding for the Collingwood Neighbourhood House? And the purpose of the public hearing, I would just remind Council, is to make a decision on a land use matter. More specifically, Council is considering the proposed CD1 bylaw that is in the staff report as Appendix A, and is considering recommendations A through E in the staff report. Those are consequential bylaw amendments. The matter of operating funding for the neighborhood house is not specifically part of Council's consideration of the staff recommendations relating to this item. Staff would just note that in terms of follow-up action in response to Council's motion that was passed at the time of referral, our city staff from Community Services have been in discussions with the neighborhood house about operating funding needs and next steps for it. Further meetings are scheduled in January in the new year with a comprehensive agenda including a review of programming, operating budgets, strategies, and long-term operational sustainability of the neighborhood house. And finally, we were asked if there has been an analysis of the cumulative impacts of an increased population in the area and an assessment of the needs for public amenities and services such as neighborhood houses, daycares, parks, expanded public library, etc. The very short answer to that is yes. Slightly longer answer: with new growth, future amenity needs were assessed comprehensively, and there is a plan to address those needs as they emerge in the neighborhood. A comprehensive public benefit strategy was included in the Joyce Collingwood Station Precinct Plan. And we would note that the strategy set out the immediate community priorities for this area, excuse me, as being childcare, library, pedestrian improvements, and housing. And as you know, the recommendation is CAC allocation towards the library. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much for the responses again on the short timeline from late last night. And we'll go to Councillor Louie first on the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm prepared to move the motion as staff again have answered extensively the questions. And
okay.
Seconder.
And I need a seconder for that.
Okay. And I'll just speak to this. I think this requires just a little bit more discussion. This is the first of what we believe will be and hope will be a number of developments within this area that will revitalize and give some real opportunity for people to find affordable housing in this place of called Joyce Collingwood in the east side of Vancouver. But not only that, but also create this vibrant, continue to make this area the pride and joy of the east side. As one of the speakers came, it's pretty good on the east side. And that there's an opportunity, I think, to make it even better. That the concept that was described when we talked about the library and it making it into a unique cultural place is a real possibility. But part of that also is, and that's supported as a result of this development being allowed to move forward. I would say that the development itself is a really impressive development in that it provides 65% family housing. That is a significant amount of family housing, and it's not just as a percentage, but the pure number of family housing units is impressive. As I said, it funds a library. It'll improve the public realm right at the station area because it's across the street, and it's currently quite challenging. Interesting that the applicant's putting forward some money for a transit pass. That's a nice innovation to help those that are in there. It's managed by the Strata. Glad to hear that TransLink is finally grinding down that switch. That's been a regular train of emails between myself and engineering and trying to liaise with TransLink and the local neighborhood, which has real concerns because it's very challenging, and that's why it's also good that the acoustic requirements will be looked at closely in this development as well. I am particularly pleased that the Collingwood Neighbourhood House and the other community organizations, including elected MLA Adrian Dix, came out in support of this. And what that says to me is that the local community, and not just demonstrated by the people that came out and spoke, but the wider community is very much in favor of injecting new life into the community. But doing so, in doing so where they come out and endorse, they had also asked for an endowment. And so it's something that we can't, of course, ignore. It's important that we understand why they're asking for this. This is particularly why I moved the motion to reaffirm our commitment of investment into that area. And so, as was stated by Mr. Monroe, it's not directly part of this approval that we're giving for this building, but when the time comes, as we go forward with a program, perhaps, or they create programs, I look forward to seeing us investing further into this area because we have such a robust plan on redeveloping this area and providing more housing in our city. And when that time comes, I expect that Council, because of its reaffirmation of that funding, will make that funding available for programs like, and specifically for operating, as was described in the submissions by Collingwood Neighbourhood House and others. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Louis. Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you very much. I also will be supporting this project. We heard from a number of people last night, and I feel that especially 65% family housing, having a mix of 112 two-bedroom units and having 54 three-bedroom units will make a difference. As we move forward with an affordability crisis in the city of Vancouver and looking for innovative housing solutions that especially will address family housing, I think that it's important that we make sure that we're doing all that we can to walk our talk on that one. I also believe that, well, it's not even just a belief, it's a fact. I'm very proud to live in East Vancouver. The housing prices in some areas of East Vancouver, especially as you move farther east, are often more affordable than prices to the west side of Vancouver. And you can't move any farther east in Vancouver of this site. So I'm very happy to support this project. I feel that we had many positive comments of support for family housing last night from young people, from millennials looking for housing, as well as from the community organizations, neighborhood houses, and other nonprofit organizations, including the church that was nearby as well. So for those reasons, I certainly will be supporting it and was happy to see so much community support for this. Also, in looking forward to a large package of community amenity contributions that I'm hoping will serve the needs of the community. Of course, it seems that there's a wish list there, including a community center. We see less and less community centers because of budget constraints being able to be renewed. I would like to see that in the future be addressed. And also, as I supported Councillor Carr's motion, to make sure that we weren't taking precious amenities away from the community for transit, although I am happy to see that there is a contribution to transit. It was clearly laid out in the report by our staff that there would also still be money left over for other amenities. So that's very important to me and one of the other reasons that I will be supporting this project. And in closing, I'd just also like to thank our staff.
Okay, next is Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And if I could just also echo my thanks to staff for answering questions. It was a late night, and to get those answers done today, thank you. I very much appreciate that. I just want to note that we heard from 16 speakers here last night, and all but one were enthusiastic in their support for this project. And certainly, Councillor Louis was very clear about stating the breadth of that community support, from the Collingwood Neighbourhood House to the Community Policing Centre to the local major church to the MLA. You know, it's very clear to me that when so many diverse voices come forward, and voices that do represent large numbers of people within a community, to say we're supportive of this project, I think we have to listen as council. I also know that one of the points they raised, and I think is really worth, as many others have iterated, is the fact that this is 65% family housing. This is a family neighborhood. This is a neighborhood that wants to see continued support for the schools in the neighborhood. And so for those reasons, that I think this project is by the residents' own description going to contribute to the building of their community. I am going to be supporting it.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Reimer.
Yeah, I would echo Councillor Louis' comments. Wanted to add in, however, Chris Talu, I don't think I could have said it better than she did yesterday evening, which is the huge debt of gratitude that we owe to the community, because it really is the capacity that the community's built around having these discussions with landowners and developers and with our staff and with council that allows for the kinds of outcomes that we're, it sounds like, unanimously going to support. I also have to say to the developer, because not every developer would have moved that substantially, it is pretty impressive to see the shift over the 2 years from 2014 to now in the mix, as well as the amenities that really are responsive to the community. And to staff for managing all that. High capacity communities come with high time commitments from staff, so I appreciate all the work that you've put into this. I think living a little further east myself now for financial reasons of that's where I can afford to rent. I'm happy to see this coming into the neighborhood, and I know from talking with people in the neighborhood, they're excited to see it as well.
Okay, that's all I have on the queue. I'll just add my words of support for the motion and for the project coming forward with those same appreciations for staff's work. Lots of work over these past couple of years to bring this to fruition. And I'm happy to see with the ambitious goals that we have for affordable housing and family housing and housing that's right on our rapid transit nodes. We're seeing action here, and I know it takes some time to distill, and the community had a really strong role to play in this, and the Collingwood neighborhood has been fantastic in terms of supporting more density and more amenities and being really a model community. Lots of great leaders in that community that are seeing the benefits of all this and are very conscious and clear in building that community, really literally from the ground up and with the connections between people there. So huge thanks to the community and all their engagement in this, and noting the important role that they'll need to keep playing to shape the neighborhood as it grows. So with that, we'll go to the vote on the rezoning for 5050 Joyce Street. Noting that Councillor Ball is not voting, as she was She was not at the public hearing last night. And Councillor Stevenson is not in the house. So we have all 9 votes in favor, unanimous support for the motion, which means we've concluded. Thanks, staff. Great work. And we have concluded our 2 items of unfinished business, which means we are ready to adjourn for 2016. And moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Happy holidays, everyone. Congratulations on a great year.